Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. This is the Tuesday, May 28th, regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the town of New Canaan, Connecticut. We have a few items on our regular meeting agenda to go through, and then we're going back into deliberation and discussion on one particular outstanding application for St. Luke's. Why don't we take a roll call for attendees? Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
Ken Turner.
Here.
Art Casavant. Not here yet. John Chris.
Not coming.
Oh, that's right, he's not coming, right?
Here.
Chris is here, Chris Herring,
Here.
John Engel,
Here.
Paul Knag. He's not coming?
Yep.
No. Alan Swerdlow,
Here.
Tom Benton,
Here.
Christina Larson is.
Here.
There we go. And Eric Knowles.
Here.
Great. So for the beginning, we have 1, 2, 3 applications. We will be seating Tom Benton and Christina Larson for this hearing for the three new applications, right?
We're not hearing any of the public hearing items. They're getting tabled to the June meeting. So we just have the pre-application right now, which
Oh,
no, we're not voting on. So no one necessarily has to be seated.
okay. For all three?
So 112 Main Street pre-application, you're providing feedback to the applicant. And then the other two, Oak and Smith Ridge, are tabled to the June meeting. So it's just the pre-application and St. Luke's deliberations tonight
Okay, so we don't need to seat the applicant, the alternates.
until the St. Luke's matter.
That's fine.
Yep.
Okay. All right, first order of business is 112 Main Street pre-application meeting to discuss the potential to renovate and expand the structure currently located at 112 Main.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. This is 112 Main Street. You guys were kind enough last month to have us to talk about this particular piece of property. And we've come back with just asking for a couple clarifications on some of the items that we've looked at. Specifically, it's really a lot of it has to do with the fourth story. If you remember, we were talking about the fourth story of the building, and it really goes up to 3.5 stories. We wanted to add another apartment on the fourth story, and what we've on the fourth floor, and what we've decided to go under is 7.7, the historic section of the regulations, whereby you can request the commission to vary regulations up to 75%, and that in and of itself could get us to the fourth story, rather than asking for a text change to allow it to go up. It's still going to remain under the 45 feet that's allowable under that particular zone. But that was sort of the one of the things that we came back to when we were talking about the building on the fourth floor, or the rental unit on the fourth floor. And then the second part of what we were discussing before had to really do with 4.2D5. And what that has to do is that's the section where under the retail A zone, you can apply under an inclusionary zoning. And so long as you're doing it under inclusionary zoning, what we're looking to do is strike the last sentence of that particular section 5, because that's what limits square footage to 750 square feet only for a unit for rentable space, livable space. And it also restricts not allowing it on the first floor in the retail A zone. That was the second part of that was actually a text change they were looking for. And I think we were talking to Ms. Nielsen earlier about that, whether 750 square feet was really something that was the right number or wasn't the right number as far as rentable space goes. So those were the two things that we kind of left with after the hearing with the commission that we thought we should take another look at. And then as far as one of the items that was requested, that we look at sort of making a larger unit as from the affordable housing perspective, going from something more than a 1-bedroom than a 2-bedroom. So that was the second part of what we looked at, was expanding the 2nd bedroom. That was something that the applicant was willing to do and look at, was making a larger affordable unit from going from 1-bedroom to 2-bedroom. And I can let them talk a little bit about how they went through that process. We have with me today's Grant Stevens and Dan McEachran, and they can talk a little bit about sort of last hearing and what we discussed. And we know we only had 15 minutes last hearing. You guys were nice enough to let us go a lot longer than that.
Yeah, thank you. We really appreciate what you had given us as feedback at our last meeting, and we just want to make sure that we're consistently doing what's best for both the project and for the city. And that's why we've hired a historical preservationist to help us with the historic designation for this building and to help us with the design, so that the design really is in respecting and keeping with that historic value of the facade. We don't have the design for the facade. We would love to know what's behind that metal panel. So we really want to save that for when we know what's going to happen and when we have this historic preservationist on board to help us with the design. So we're serious about that, and we really respect the value of that building as a historic structure. But we do think that the 7.7 section, preservation of historic structures, allows us some of the variation that we're looking for, especially in how do you determine what 3.5 floors are. We'd really like to make that half floor into a more 75% floor so that we have space up on that 4th floor, as we discussed before. We do think that the affordable housing component is important, and we heard loud and clear that 1-bedroom affordable units is an oversupply right now, and 2- and 3-bedroom are not. So what we would propose is to put the 1.8 units that we're required to have, which is 15% of the 12 units that we're going to be creating. The 1 unit would be a 2-bedroom, and the 0.8 would be paid in lieu of as our contribution for the rest of it. So we are looking at how that would affect our project, but we think it's an important step towards showing the city and showing the town and showing that this is a project that can work with affordable housing as a real component to it.
Let me make one point.
Yep.
As you know, at our last,
Sorry, just state your name.
Dan McEachran from Volterra Properties. At our meeting a month ago, we were initially proposing 2 affordable units that were each 900 square feet. But the feedback from the commission and subsequent discussion with zoning officer Carey, we were helped to understand that 2 bedrooms is really what there's the most demand for. So we are now proposing, as Grant just said, a 2-bedroom that would have approximately 1,200 square feet as opposed to 900, maybe a bit more. But if you assume 1,200, 900 is 1,800 square feet, obviously. 1,200 plus the 80% of 900 still would actually get you about 1,900. So I think even with the payment in lieu for 80% plus the bigger 2-bedroom, it actually is effectively more square footage in the end by that calculation than it would have been if we had done 2 900 on site.
And the other thing that we had heard from the last meeting is line of sight. What does that upper floor look like from across the street? And did you hand those out?
No, I can do that.
We had our architect, just for your reference, look at what a line of sight would be.
It's the last page.
So the last page of this booklet shows what somebody standing across the building on Main Street, looking towards the facade, would be able to see and not see. And we're designing this with enough setback on that fourth floor so that you really don't see from the main street that fourth floor. And that's our intent. We don't want to push it up so far that it becomes part of that historic facade. And we talked a little bit about the design of that. We're still looking at that as far as what that fourth floor would look at. We're not in a position to talk specifically about the design of the fourth floor, but the massing and what we're trying to create with this building is something that really respects that front facade as the main element of the building. The other pieces in this package, there was some discussion at the last meeting about what the bump out was on the back of the building. We had some renderings that showed the before and after from that back east side. And if, just as a clarification, you can see that that back bump out is part of the existing structure that's up against the Blue Mercury building. And that's part of what is there now, and that's part of what would remain as part of the building, but it's not a new structure that we're trying to create.
And at the ground floor level, that is now built out as part of the new store, the Spice and Tea Exchange that just has opened in the last couple of weeks.
So those were the clarifications that we wanted to make, and we appreciate the input and the feedback. We just want to make sure we're still headed in the right direction and that we can move forward with this project and kind of collaboration with you and your goals and objectives for what you'd like to see.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. A few points. First, I'm pleased to have a pre-application. We're happy to chat with people. I'm encouraged to hear about the preservation and enhancement of the historic character. If you look down the street, just south of Burtis, the sort of red brick building, which was a bit kind of beaten up before it was rehabbed. I thought they did a nice job with it, in my opinion. So
It's a good
that was nice.
directional.
I hear you on the what's below the skin. It wasn't really remodeled, but more, I call it remodeling. It's just pretty bad. So I'm not sure what's underneath either and what sort of structural issues may be there. You don't know in old buildings until you start peeling it off what you really got. But the enhancement, if not just merely preservation of the historical character, would be something I would find very encouraging. I understand you're going to want to refenestrate because it will be a residential. I don't have anything against that, but you want appropriate fenestration that's consistent with that. You mentioned earlier, I think the prior time here, about 2 apartments in the top floor, which I got to say I never quite understood, especially for a rental for a 3-bedroom. I think more of a 2-bedroom, maybe 3 2-bedrooms. They'll probably do better. Now you have to have an extra kitchen and probably 2 extra bathrooms, but I think you get it. It's more of a, you could do 2 masters where you could get a roommate situation, not just a couple. Flexibility as far as who's going to want it. At least that's in my little real estate mind what I'd be thinking about, but it's your project, not mine. I hear you on the 750 square feet. I'm not necessarily wedded to that. I'm encouraged to hear that it'll be no than 45 feet. I think the height issue tends to be a hot button with many people. It certainly is an issue of focus for me. So to be under that, I hear you, and I'm encouraged by the apartment mix of having a 2-bedroom. The future expansion piece you had on the ground floor in the back, that sort of bowling alley shaped retail, my experience is they never work really well. The last 2/3 tends to be, you hear crickets. So using that for something else is something, at least at first flush, I wouldn't say is a bad idea. All frontage, reasonable frontage should be, in my view, a grade should be retail
Correct.
for
Agree with
that.
that totally.
But
Yep.
behind it, I'm sort of less wedded to, but those are my thoughts. But this is, I think, broadly encouraging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So on the historic side, relative to section 7.7, there's specific criteria in here relative to the applicant sort of proving the designation of the building. With your new consultant on board, do you feel that you're going to be able to satisfy everything in section 7.7B.1.
We've looked at that with him. The name of the consultant is Todd Bryant, who has done work here before, is familiar with the city and the town of New Canaan. And just his preliminary evaluation is that he can put a very good application forward. Our idea is, and it came at the recommendation, I think, of the town planner, is we want to bring that application to you with the facade designed
Mhm.
so that you can approve the application knowing what it's going to look like.
Mhm.
So we'll package that together as one application to the commission.
I would encourage your consultant to also work with the Historical Society here in town in terms of a resource of
Yes,
trying to document the history of the building and whatever design cues he might recommend based on that history.
absolutely. Yeah. He has said he would do that as well as work with the Preservationist Society locally as well. I think we want to get him as the liaison between all of those groups so that we have a consensus before we present anything.
Great. Commissioners, anything
But-
further?
Yeah, hi, this is, can you hear me? Commissioner
Yes.
Holt?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was the one that had the comment on the line of sight, and sorry, I couldn't be there in person, but if you could, submit your presentation deck in a digital form, it would be helpful to understand kind of what that looks like. I had one other comment when I was there last time related to the windows, I believe on the south facade that overlook the Blue Mercury building, and concern about, what happens if they end up, building up that structure and that those windows having to be boarded up. I don't know, I can't see anything, so I don't know if that's been addressed or what your thoughts are on that.
No, we have not gotten into the design specifically of that south wall. It's something that we need to look at and something that we would propose once we've had a chance to look at what is going on with that
Okay.
building. So,
Yeah, it would just be something to look at, it would be kind of remiss to have somebody to buy an apartment that has a window facing south for it to be, not preserved or boarded up or not have that.
no,
That
that's a
window.
good point. It's a good point. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Rucci, just on the text changes that you were talking about with regard to section 4.2 D5. I see what, at first I didn't see it because I have an older hard copy version, but I see it online. So just exactly what are you proposing, striking the whole last sentence that basically say the section with the requirements about 750 feet or less? You just strike that completely?
Yeah, I would strike that completely and just take it out, because I think in the end, just as far as inclusionary zoning would go anyway, I mean, you're always going to be looking for more square footage with inclusionary zoning anyway. So I think it works within the intent of what the commission wants to do for affordable housing in general. So having a 750, you can only do 750, doesn't seem to be consistent with that.
Yeah.
And then, if we're trying to get any sort of residence in town, we shouldn't limit it to not being on the first floor. That was kind of the second part of it. It seems to just sort of, I mean, you would have never known that when you're doing the inclusionary zoning that might happen. But I think that it's certainly, you can look at it from a text change perspective and be like, well, that makes some sense to not do that, or not have that provision in there, because it doesn't really work with what we're trying to do with affordable housing. So I think it's well within your rights as a commission to take a look back at that and say, well, we didn't really know that was going to affect the retail A zone the way it does today. And it only works for inclusionary zoning. So it's not as if someone comes in and just wants to do something in the retail A zone and not, has less than 4 units or 5 units, they would still be limited to the 750 square feet.
I mean, I hear you and I don't necessarily disagree. I guess I'm a little hesitant to get rid of it completely, but maybe saying something about they shall apply or could be waived by the discretion of the commission.
Yeah, I mean,
Something that leaves it, but then gives us an option.
I mean, it would be up to you. I mean, I just think that could certainly work as well.
I can't think of an example where we would want it to apply.
Right.
But I don't know, I mean, this is only, to be truth be told, the second example of something that's come in under inclusionary zoning, so.
Right, because it also
certainly don't
limits
have
to
the
one
list.
bedroom. That's the other thing. So that's
I know,
another
there's
thing
like
we
a
want
lot
to do.
of- Yeah.
So, I started writing all sorts of language like, good design and works with the neighborhood. And then I was like, well, it would just be easier to take it out. So it still gives you some deference, obviously, and you're still going to have some deference as far as square footage goes. For any of these particular units, it's not as though there's a ceiling or a floor anymore. So you could certainly turn around and be like, maybe that's really the language I'd have to craft, is something more like that. And I'd obviously look to the town planner and to anyone on this board with that particular language. It just doesn't seem to be really consistent with affordable housing in general. And that's an old rag. I mean, those are old for retail A zone. No one ever thought we'd ever do anything in retail zone except for keep it exactly the same. So it's kind of old. It's just a little ancient, that particular reg.
If I might suggest, it actually might be logical to put it the other way and say not less than 750 feet or one bedroom, because you really wouldn't want anything much smaller than 750 feet, I wouldn't think. And the average size of a
Yeah.
studio in the United States is about 650 feet. So that gives you a 10-foot by 10-foot bedroom to make it 750. It's pretty tiny.
No, I don't disagree. I know it's pretty tiny. And I don't know the history of how and why this is in our regulations, so I
Yeah, I
can't necessarily defend it. I do know that, in general, smaller units are something that we're losing regularly in New Canaan, so
Yeah, that's
hate-
true too. We are losing those units too. But I think if it's affordable housing based, we want larger,
Right.
if you're using that section.
Mhm. Okay.
Let's talk about affordable housing. I was the one last month who said I was disappointed that in a 35,000 square foot building, you could only find room for 2 900-foot apartments, 2 affordable, 10 market. And your response seems to be going in the wrong direction by going from 1,800 square feet out of 3,500,000 feet, from 1,800 to 1,400. Not to mention that the advertiser came out only a couple hours ago saying that affordable units are so critical to our moratorium that we just missed our last moratorium by 2.5 points. So every point matters, every unit matters. And, it's capturing the headlines. And so to go from 1,800 feet and 2 units to 1 unit and look toward fee and lieu, I just think is a step in the wrong direction.
I mean, it's certainly a fair comment, but all of this has to do with obviously the economics of it. And we're not hiding that. I mean, to buy the building, to go through.
But you're
and to-
asking for a much larger building and you're giving us 5% of the gross square feet and asking for a text change.
But this, yes. we-
5% of the total square feet. And when I said 5% was not enough, you said, I get it. And I said, I understand that you met the criteria on 2 affordable units and 10 market. But I said on a square foot basis, making them the smallest units is putting you well short on square feet. And so we're not going to get it on 2 one bedroom. We're not going to get our points with 2 one bedrooms. And so I thought you understood that it's not just my concern. It's a major concern and a major initiative of this town. So I'm not going to continue complaining. I'm just going to say, again, we're heading in the wrong direction.
No, we hear what you're saying, and I think we're trying to abide by the 15% of units, which is what the requirement is in 7.6. I think going from 2 one-bedrooms to 1 two-bedroom is a step in the right direction because 2 bedrooms are needed more than 1 bedrooms. And I think being able to provide any affordable housing as a unit versus cash in lieu is a step in the right direction. So I think we're trying to balance what the town needs, what affordable housing requirements are, and what the economics of the project are. And this really works for us, and we think it would work for what's needed in the town for affordable housing. But I appreciate where you're coming from.
Maybe I'm the only one, but I think 5% of the gross square feet is not in the spirit with what we're trying to do.
Commissioner Benton here. I won't talk about the affordable housing, but I do want to talk about the character of the building. I did not see anywhere in there the depth off the edge of the patio at the top floor. Do you know what those are? And are there any restrictions you've thought about to ensure that we're not able to see from the street, table umbrellas or anything that's going to be visible from that patio?
I know the patio is at least 10 feet back from the parapet of the building back to the face. But again, we haven't finished any design. I know that's a concern as far as what's viewed from the street up to the roof level. And I think that's all part of what we have to look at as far as the final design with how that facade looks, what happens on the fourth floor, what we're allowed to put on the fourth floor. And I think all of those need to be looked at kind of as a single design solution once we get there.
I'd appreciate that. I think the important part is you can't see anything from the street. The lights aren't so bright that they bring your eye up there. Anything that's going to distract from the face of the building.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Thank you.
Could I add something to that? This is Christina Larson.
Yep.
From the street, it's important, but also as you're approaching New Canaan from the east side, and you come over some of the ridges, one thing that, comes out over our skyline, if you will, is the St. Mark's Bell Tower. And so you do have sight lines from the town of New Canaan up to St. Mark's when you're on the higher areas of town or on the east side. And so it's a really attractive design, that I know you're working on that has sort of a light, airy feeling on the top. But my concern from the back side and the front side would be that it would almost look like a light box, if you will, and have quite a bit of attention drawn to it from the backside is when you are on some of the ridges of New Canaan. So I just wanted to ask about that.
Again, I think that's great feedback. We do want to look at how those sight lines are from kind of all points of where we are. And we do want to come back with a design that really makes sense for what we're presenting and what we're going to add to the city skyline. So the town needs to be, I guess, a little patient with us in formulating that design. And if we're comfortable that we're headed in the right direction, that the concept is in the right direction and that we can move forward, that really is our next step, is to engage the historic consultant, to engage the architect in moving forward in a full design on this project.
I think I would just like to reiterate what Mr. Engel brought up in terms of the number of affordable units. I mean, the goal of our inclusionary zoning requirement of the 15%, it wasn't, 15% of floor area, it's 15% of units. And with your current number of units at 12, your 15% is 1.8. So you're a lot closer to 2.2 units than 1 unit with some fee in lieu. And to Mr. Engel's point as well, every unit of housing, affordable housing, counts for us. So we're much more, I think we'd be much more inclined to see 2 affordable units, whatever that composition of affordable units is, one bedroom, 1 2-bedroom, or however you want to do it. And that would go a longer way to satisfying what we're looking for in terms of the development of the downtown area. Commissioners? Yeah.
Commissioner Swerdlow, so I'm trying to understand, but not necessarily critique, the historic preservation terminology you're using here. So first of all, this is a building that was constructed in 1880, called, I believe, the Raymond Building.
Mm-hmm.
That had a lot of facade detail on it, a lot of brickwork detail. cornice detail and so on. Then it was reconstructed at some point. Do you know when that point was where this kind of metal screen was attached to it?
The metal screen was 1965.
1965. So that's over 50 years ago. Now, there are a group of historic preservationists who will consider this a building to be preserved. I'm not one of them, but you know where I'm going with that. And also there'd be a lot of historic preservationists who would say, do not go back to the Raymond Building. It's inappropriate. But my question is though, what are you going to? And how does that fit into historic preservation at all? This seems to be very normative facade image at least at this point. You say you're developing it, but what does it have to do with historic preservation and which direction are you going?
I think it's not restoring it to what it was originally. That's not the intent. I think what we want to do is look at how do you preserve the historic intent. We really want to keep that brick and keep what that brick would look like as a historic element of the design. We're looking at how the windows would fit into a residential versus a commercial. But the windows themselves, we're looking at, do we do like a black metal frame? Do we look at how do those windows respect the history of when it was built and what that would look like in the context of a residential building? So it's how do you overlay a historic perspective on a new use? And that's the push and pull that we want to have with the architect, with the historic preservationist, with going to the historic society and looking at what that building looked like. It evolved. I mean, it has evolved and it will continue to evolve with what we want to do. But respecting where it came from and letting it grow into a new use and a new building is really where we're headed. How we do that is the magic that we're going to have to show you at some point. But that's a discussion and a collaboration with a lot of partners that we're going to bring into that design.
I wish I had some commentary on this. Normally I would, as the other folks here probably know. I just, I see what you've done here as a way of serving the program of the building, basically, the apartments. Penthouses on top with some outdoor space, a lot of glass, and then a very normative facade of retail. So I don't see that you're going in any direction that has anything to do with historic preservation, but rather with your other concern, which is a legitimate one in terms of financial aspects of actually building this. So I'll enjoy seeing how this develops into something that maybe has a little more character, not necessarily replicating either the 1965 building or the 1880s building, but something that maybe speaks to what that means today in terms of buildings like this.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Swerdlow, I'd add that in hindsight, I think our effort to show an approximation, a very rough, what you might call a cartoon of what the facade might look like when we're done, was a mistake. Because what we showed you is not anything like what we expect it will look like. And I will add that just as the building today may be among the least attractive in town, I think even when it was brand new, it was not among the most attractive in town. It frankly, I believe that because it was rebuilt from parts of buildings that remained standing after the fire, the architect engaged at the time was just told, incorporate what stands there and make the rest of it work, because it has a very irrational, there's no logic or pattern or beauty, frankly, to the design of the placement of the windows on the original building or where the pilasters are. So I think our objective will be to try to think back in time to what a really creative, effective architect in, say, 1899 might have conceived if he or she wasn't constrained by trying to work with the bits and pieces got left after the fire.
One other thing is you may take a look at and photograph buildings in town.
Yes, absolutely.
What you admire about this or you do not admire about that, and how you'd like to find a way of incorporating within your budget something that reflects the town as it was and as it is and as it's where it's going to.
Yeah, and we've looked online for as much as we can find from the Historical Society and can't wait for them to reopen so we can get in and look at their archives.
Well, I'm talking about currently.
Currently, yeah,
Currently.
yeah.
Just need to
Absolutely.
drive around with a camera. Quick phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, another question, if I may. Um, I'm thinking back to Tribeca in the 60s when it was transitioning from warehouse to residential. You had a lot of so-called pop-ups on the top of the buildings. They weren't that high either, maybe a kind of sort of about this height. A lot of the pop-ups were kind of ugly. And so any type of top floor residential units, I would be more encouraged if they were fitting into the rest of the ambiance of the building as opposed to some glass modernist thing stuck on top. So it seems to be seamless. Admittedly, you could have a large, you're looking for a large patio or deck area, which I get, and the value of that to a tenant. And okay, I'm on the board with that. I understand why you want to do that, but what would be visible would be something that would be consistent with the rest of the building. And again, the Tribeca thing came to my mind. Also, on the 1.8 units you would be required under our zoning regulations to provide. This is my own view. I'm not speaking for the commission at all, but to the extent you, one thing I would think, not just in units, but as far as points in dealing with 830G, they're not necessarily a straight line. I'm sure Mr. Rucci can advise you on how to translate that. But to the extent the applicant were to have, let's say, 2 full units, again, it can put people in a happy mood. And given the interest, I think, in the part of the town, and I want to say commission too, in increasing the amount of affordable units, willing to talk. So that's my opinion. So something to consider.
At the last comment I want to make is just to underscore how important I think the subterranean or the lower level parking is to this project. And I'm scared for you because I'm worried, like, can that basement really be restructured to be a parking garage? But I think it has to be in order for this project to work for us. So just wanted to give you that.
No, I think we agree with that. For us to market this, there has to be parking available. And right now, the way the site slopes, we would only be excavating 2 feet more to get that full basement level for parking. So it's not like we're excavating a hole underground from ground zero.
Yeah.
So it's doable. We've had our structural engineer and contractors looking at it. So it is something that we know we need to have to make this successful.
Commissioners, anything further?
Just one last one for me. This will be a sticking point to me throughout the whole thing, though, is the sightline from the street. So I gave the challenges. What I would still come back with is, how do you move the railing in so it's not right at the edge? I wouldn't want to see it, because if it's there and it's a residential, people are going to put stuff against it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means you need to reduce the size of the 4th floor so you can have space, but just seeing a railing up there and knowing what happens in a residential space, that's going to be horrible to police. So my recommendation is, if there's any way to push that whole thing back so it's not visible from the street, would be a recommendation.
Yeah, I think our intent, if you're looking at this section with the sight line, is that's a parapet, that's a fenestration that would be part of the facade, not necessarily a handrail for the balcony. So where that balcony is and how we keep things away from the front of the building is something that we'll look at.
Yeah, just
But-
keep in mind with normal regulations, you can't have anything within 10 feet if it's air conditioned or anything else, because no one wants to see anything. That's what I would look at.
Yeah.
Okay. I think just a concluding note, I mean, I can respect Commissioner Chris's opinion on the, on maintaining a uniformity to the historic approach to even the 4th floor. I personally, I'm not opposed to and actually in favor of a modern intervention into a historic structure like this. I think they can be done very successfully. There are numerous, examples out there of that type of approach. I think it really comes down to your architect and your historic preservationist on how that light touch is handled. It could be really nice, but again, it's the devil's in the details. Everything from the setback to the railing to the visibility and the transparency of it.
Yep.
So I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Agree, Mr. Chairman. I think of the pyramid in the middle of the Louvre. Either you love it or hate it, but it can be done. I'm just on the cautious side of
Yeah,
things, but I
exactly.
take your point, Mr. Chairman.
Exactly.
Thank you.
This is an opportunity for creativity.
Just a clarification, Dan. When you said modern element, were you talking about only the fourth floor or the entire building?
That's for them to decide.
No, but what were you talking
I
about?
was referring to the fourth floor, but,
That's the fourth floor, okay.
but it's the applicant's decision and design direction that they have to follow. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate your time.
Okay. Moving into the public hearing section, we have 884 Smith Ridge. Upon app, we're tabling this one? Yes. And then what about Oak?
Same.
Gonna have nothing to do tonight.
Very true. You just jinxed us.
Just wait.
You
Just wait.
just jinxed it. Okay, so moving into the regular meeting, this is deliberation on any possible actions or closed public hearing items. The one item we have here is 377 North Wilton Road. Two different items. They both kind of go together, obviously. I'll read through each of them and then we'll hear the application as a whole and deliberate. Discussion and consideration of the request of Stephen Finn, Wolfsey Rosen, Queskin and Kuriansky LLP, authorized agent for St. Luke's Foundation Incorporated, owners, for a zoning regulation amendment to the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, revised November 10th, 2023, to amend section 3.7.E.2 to add section 3.7.E.2.f. Single level parking structure is primarily used for passenger vehicles constructed underneath areas that are maintained as open space or athletic fields, where the visual impact is mitigated by site design and the surrounding topography. The second component of that is upon application of Stephen A. Finn, Wolfsey, Rosen, Queskin, and Kuriansky LLP, authorized agent for St. Luke's Foundation Incorporated, owners, for a site plan and special permit modification of sections 8.2.b, 6.4.g, and 3.7.e.2.f to allow construction of a surface level parking garage directly beneath an existing artificial turf football field, which will be renovated and elevated in the 4-acre zone at 377 North Wilton Road, map 40, block 105, lot 12, 90, and 135. So for the public that's out there, there is no public comment anymore. That ship has sailed and that component of the application is done. This is strictly deliberation amongst the commissioners on discussions for the resolution for both the text amendment and the special permit. I see you guys brought signs. I would ask you to put the signs away. We're not going to be hearing any public comment nor considering any additional public input. Thank you. So commissioners, Sarah did circulate the text amendments. We'll
Can I
start.
jump in just one other thing about
Yeah.
signage real quick, just for the neighbors. We're aware of all the signage that's been put out in the neighborhood regarding this application. We've just noted that there are some signs that are in the town right of way, and we have a strict no signage in the town right of way policy. So I think there's, one on 123, one on Forest Street that are clearly on town property. So we're just asking that if you do want those signs, please take them down tomorrow, or if they're in the right of way on the 30th, a staff member will be coming and pulling the ones that are on the town right of way. We're not going into your yards to pull them. It's your property. You can advertise what you want. It's just the town right of way. Since the matter will be over, we're going to take the signs. And you're welcome to pick them up from the planning and zoning office.
One other thing, Sarah, do we need to all attest that we've either attended the meetings or viewed the meetings on?
Yep, and we should just clarify who's seated for the matter, and then everyone should state that they've reviewed the record and the meetings that they have missed.
Yep. I think, so we've got, well, let's go down the list. I myself, I was not at the January 30th meeting, but I did review the video and watch the tape. I was at every one of the other meetings. Krista,
I was at all the meetings.
all the meetings. Kent Turner,
All meetings.
John Kriz,
All meetings.
Chris Herring,
All the meetings.
John Engel.
Was it the meetings with the exception of one which I watched?
Turn your mic on.
I watched the meeting I missed.
You watched those videos. Great. Alan Swerdlow.
I was at every meeting except for one, and I went back, reviewed that tape, watched the entire 5 hours and 59 minutes.
Good
So
man.
I'm up to date.
Thank you. So that brings us to 7 commissioners seated. Tom Benton, were you at all the meetings?
I was not at all, but I have listened to all recordings.
Okay. And then we have Christina Larson. Were you at all the meetings?
I was.
Okay. So we can seat the 2 of them, Christina and Tom, for seated members for this deliberation and vote on St. Luke's. Eric, you're welcome to,
He dropped off already.
sorry? He did drop off already?
He doesn't need your permission.
All right, he's gone. I'm gonna offer him the ability to provide input but not vote. Okay, so we have our commission. So what we have, everyone's been emailed earlier today, the final versions of the text amendment, both the approval resolution and the denial resolution. And then obviously, depending on how that goes, we can get into the special permit resolution where it's either an approval with conditions or a denial resolution. There's also the intervention resolution, both for special permit and text amendment, and we can go through those. But I did want to just kick it off with the commissioners. You've read the materials. You've seen the resolutions on where the options are here for approval or denial. Who would like to start off with any comments on this?
We starting off with the text.
Let's start with the text. Yeah, that's going to be, obviously, if the text goes nowhere, neither does the special permit. So, does anyone have any comments on the text amendment?
Can you restate the text, your understanding of the text amendment, what it is? Kind of frame it for us.
Sure.
Remind us what's in it.
Sure. Let me find the red section here. So text amendment, well, it's hang on. Where's my, in here. Nope, it's this one. Text amendment. So his regulation. Is that the final one?
Yeah.
So proposed text amendment, this is from section 3, the revised section 3.7.E.2.F. Single level parking garage primarily used for passenger vehicles constructed underneath areas that are maintained as open space or athletic fields where the visual impact is mitigated by site design and the surrounding topography.
So that's what the applicant proposed.
That's
but
what the
I think
applicant proposed.
Sarah has given back to us
Mhm.
in a draft
Mhm.
resolution of approval was crafted largely off of Mr. Kriz's commentary at our last meeting and is more specific in that it would apply only to accredited private schools that are constructing parking structures with a one-level garage. The vehicles have to be primarily passenger vehicles of the students, parents, and visitors to the school. There can be no fee charge for parking. I mean, it's all in the email that you
Right,
received.
yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to make
I
sure.
just wanted a sort of summary that,
Yep.
which one we were voting on.
Well,
There were
there's-
two options.
There's 2 options. So that's What-
No, I mean,
what-
the CRIZ version or the
the-
applicant's version, which is.
Well, no, there's two versions. There's Chris version and then there's a tweak beyond that. So
So are those options A and B?
yes. Yep. So to continue where Krista just left off, so the rest of option A is no vehicles stored overnight. I'm paraphrasing here, right? But parking structure shall be properly sized to meet the demonstrated school need. Visual impact of parking shall be minimal with abutting properties. Roof of the parking structure shall be used for athletic purposes and be covered with natural artificial grass. And then there was the last element, which was 0.8, shall be planted with flora and be a green roof. So that one got tweaked a little bit. And the option B that was Sarah had carefully wordsmithed and refined still refers to the parking structure is on the grounds of an accredited private school, number one. The parking structure is single level with the parking of vehicles solely being on one level. The vehicles used in the parking structure shall primarily be passenger vehicles of students, parents, visitors to the school and/or staff of the school where the parking structure is located. No fee or other compensation shall be charged. Any vehicles stored in the parking structure shall only be vehicles owned or leased by the school. The parking structure shall be sized to meet the demonstrated school need. Visual impact shall be minimal and mitigated from abutting neighbors' properties. The roof of the parking structure can be used for athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass, if such usage is demonstrably of benefit to the school and to the community as well. And the last item is if the roof of the parking structure is not to be used for athletic purposes, it is to be planted with flora and to be a green roof.
I have one question. It's a question. It seems to me that the CRIZ version, by narrowing this, and I understand your intent of narrowing this to accredited private schools, might cause our decision to get overturned as being too narrow and spot zoning. And I'm not a lawyer and I don't know, but I think there's only one that fits the definition that we've put here, one accredited school, so it could be construed as spot zoning. And I wonder if it has to be that narrow in order for it to work.
So I have run these option A and B through our attorney, for things such as this, and I believe he's on the call. And this is about exempting a structure from building coverage, not saying only one use is permitted on this property, which that's what spot zoning is. This is about the coverage and exempting a structure like this. And my understanding is that in your legislative power, you can, through these text amendments, determine what does and doesn't count as coverage. And
Even if only one property in the town qualifies under the text change.
I mean, you've done that many times. You've done that for the
Okay.
Y,
I just wanted to ask the
the
question.
Historical Society.
Commissioner,
But in this case, we also have the country school, so.
Yeah, so
you have
it's
two.
it's a little more broad.
we used to have St. Aloysius as Commissioner Chris, which might decide to restart its school as a possibility. I would make two edits to this, one of which is of substance, as I wrote it. I'm going to edit my own stuff. I'm wondering whether we should say public, or private, or public school would be broader. I don't want to seem like we're leaving out the public schools, which I hold dear. The other issue, I think is a bit more substantive, is that what is a green roof? It's a defined term, and I think we need to be precise on this. And so I have a suggestion on how to define that green roof, and I think this should be entered into our broader zoning regulations, that this is our definition of a green roof should it come up again.
We can't amend a different section
Okay, fair
of
enough.
so we can't add in like green roof definition. So you could
We'll start here and
specifically
then
put it-
we'll
yeah,
migrate.
just, yeah.
Start on this. It would be, okay, so this would be point either 8 or 9, depending on which option you want. And the next sentence after that would be this: a green roof for purposes of this regulation, or whatever word is appropriate, is defined as a ballasted roof consisting of a waterproofing membrane, soil covered with soil and vegetation, overlying a traditional roof, which I think is a pretty short, reasonable definition of a green roof. I would add the following sentence. um, Walkways may be added to the green roof, but shall comprise no more than 10% of the area. If you have a green roof, people may want to walk on it and sit and have a bench, but no more than 10%. So it's mostly a green roof, or maybe little walkways. That'd be my definition to make it precise, because otherwise, with an undefined term like this, people would drive a truck through it, and I don't want that to happen.
I think you also have to add integral drainage as part of the description,
I'm
which
happy
is
to.
required in every green roof design.
Fair enough. If you have some verbiage, Mr. Chairman, I would welcome that.
I think 10% is a little narrow. I think the High Line is got probably more than 10%, and I consider it green. So it would satisfy me if it was mostly vegetation. It doesn't have to be 90% mostly in my mind. 10% is a little narrow.
One thing, the Bridge of Flowers too in Massachusetts, which is an old railway trolley bridge, which is mostly the same thing as the High Line. But I don't know, you got a percentage number? Commissioner?
Can I,
25%.
Can I weigh in on this?
Yeah.
First of all, I wouldn't bring the High Line into this conversation. They serve different purposes for different reasons. High Line's about 50% walkable, and it was meant to be that. It was developed as a walkable path on an old train structure. This is a new roof that I didn't know we were going to allow people up onto. Is that what we're suggesting here? That we're finding stairways and means of egress and everything like that, so people can access the walkways that we're suggesting?
Talking about for the purposes, again, we're not introducing a new definition into our regulations of what a green roof is. We're purely clarifying our understanding of a green roof as it applies to this application, which is the football field on top of the structure.
But if we add walkways, as just proposed, what's the purpose of the walkways?
Well, this is John, this is Commissioner Chris. A few things. Well, first of all, you're going to need access to the roof, because if you have a green roof, you have to go there and maintain it and pull out dead plants and plant new ones and so forth for any kind of green roof maintenance. Also, as an educational institution, they may want to use it for educational purposes, or biology class or horticulture classes and so forth, and they would have access to it.
I'm just confused, John, because I mean, I thought they were putting a turf field on top of
Yeah,
this.
it's a plain
They
field.
are.
I'm confused as to why we're talking, I mean, is the green roof an alternative to the turf? Because I think in all the discussions that we've had thus far, we're putting artificial turf.
Yeah, I think we're just
Like-
going down a rabbit hole of trying to define the green roof component.
And I think that
Defining a
you,
green roof, because
I-
we're talking about a,
Exactly. I thought we were changing the program here from a field to
No,
a green roof with walkways.
no.
That
Either-
would be like the High Line, which has nothing to do with this.
It's
We're
an
trying-
either or, is where it's.
The purpose of what we're trying to construct here in the language is to create a text amendment that is not site-specific to this particular application, because again, it's a text amendment that this applicant will then use as part of their special permit application. So the text amendments meant not to be spot zoning, obviously. It's meant to be more general and applicable to other locations in town. Schools in institutional uses in a residential area, for example. So it could, theoretically, the country school could come to us,
Okay,
right?
I understand.
And then we have to introduce language into this text amendment that would protect the neighbors in an application where there was no football field on top. There was something else.
Exactly.
And what's that something else?
So, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Right.
This is not a spot zoning situation that we're focused in on this project.
No.
This is a generalization in terms of changing or amending the amendment so that it applies to any and all structures built as this.
The only way this application would move forward for the special permit amendment
Yeah.
is to have this text amendment approved first. To create the condition where the second component of it, which is the amendment to the special permit, has validity because it's using this amended regulation.
Okay, so what this says here then, which is confusing to me, if the roof of the parking structure is not to be used for athletic purposes, it is to be planted with flora and a green roof. So there are two alternatives in this proposal. Either it's athletic field or a green roof. What if it is something else? What if it's volleyball court? What if it's
It says sports field.
or sports field or
It
a,
says sports field.
It's athletic purposes, yeah.
That's not the like purpose. Volleyball is
purpose.
athletes.
but there could be a
To answer
third
your
type of,
question, we would amend it again.
yeah, it could be a third purpose or a fifth purpose or.
I mean, it says athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass.
Right.
So it's like a tennis court can't go on top of this, as an example. It has to be a turf field or a grass field or the green roof.
But that's not what it says here. It says if the roof of the parking structure is not to be used for athletic purposes, which could be a tennis court.
But if you read the line above
above
it,
Okay. Used for athletic purposes.
This is Commissioner Chris, since this is going to be a generic statement as opposed to specific to St. Luke's, my concern is that if it's not a green or quasi-green athletic field, it could just be a slab of concrete. And that is something I would like to try to avoid on the top of a large flat structure. And by having a green roof, you're sort of dialing the visual hit down as best you can. So this was my thought. I would say a green roof is better ecologically than an artificial turf field, but I think that's probably better than just a slab of concrete as a roof. So it's one of these two
The language
choices.
meets your intent.
What?
I think the language does meet your intent.
That's what I'm trying to do. Whether it passes muster with the commission, different conversation. But
So-
this is what I'm trying to do.
just a thought. If, you can't settle on a definition for a green roof right now, you could just strike that whole sentence and number completely and just have it currently exist as if it's not an artificial turf field or a natural turf field, you can't get exempted from coverage. And if the country school wanted to come back with a single level garage that's a green roof, they could come in with a text amendment themselves to tell us what a green roof is. You don't have to put that language in and then inadvertently pay for the consequences later that you weren't specific enough.
I think that's well said. I think rather than trying to specify it
Mhm.
here, which was confusing to me, that's much better said.
I would agree with that.
So do people have thoughts on whether they prefer option A or option B of the language? I would go with option A personally, but
Which is?
they're basically the
Because the
same.
people who
Basically
aren't,
the
don't
same,
have.
It's
except for the
labeled
last two lines.
Okay, so in the text amendment approval resolution that I emailed to you all, there's an option A clearly labeled and an option B clearly labeled within that document. The difference in the options is essentially how the coverage exemption will exist in the regulations. Is it specifically for parking structures that happen to be on private schools, or is it for private schools that want, or are we changing it to schools? But I'm getting ahead of myself. So schools, so it's either for parking structures that have an athletic field on top of them that are located on school property, or it's for schools specifically who are trying to build a parking structure with an athletic field on top. They are essentially the same. Option A, I think, exists more in harmony with how our regulations are currently written.
I was this is Commissioner Chris, there's also option C. No. No. Don't pass it. Because, again, for a text amendment, we're acting in our legislative capacity, and we have a significantly wide berth in acting in our legislative capacity. And if that's not passed, then the text amendment, the special permit becomes a moot point.
Well,
Well,
that's for denial. I mean, we're talking right now about the approval.
Right.
So I
We
guess,
need to separate them out.
so I guess, yeah, if you're ready to take a straw vote, who's a yes and who's a no, that's probably more productive than.
Well, let's,
back and
I don't
forth.
think we're there yet. I think we need to discuss the denial resolution as well. Commissioners, Kent, I think you've got some opinions on this. And other commissioners, if you have any particular issues and language on the denial resolution that you'd like to share, now's the time.
Can I add something before we move on about option A?
Mhm. Yeah.
Let's see, on 4, any vehicle stored overnight in the parking structure shall only be vehicles owned or leased by the school. Is there any wording that could be that it won't be used for storage for maintenance vehicles like lawnmowers or fertilizer or anything like that? Does it need to say that specifically, or is any vehicle stored overnight enough?
I would think it's enough. I mean,
I think it's enough. I mean, the parking garage as proposed is immediately adjacent to their maintenance yard, which is a separate area and facility. And, they own all those vehicles and equipment. I can't say that they're gonna want to cross-pollinate the equipment that they're using for maintenance into a parking garage where regular vehicles are going. Not exactly the safest solution, but
I think if you wanted to really cover that, I wouldn't worry about it as much in the text amendment. You could put a condition in the special permit
Yep.
to make that explicit if
Yep.
that's what you felt.
That makes sense. And I like option A.
Okay, commissioners, any comment?
How do we think about these text amendments in the context of the conditions? Because I feel like a lot of these text amendments are interplayed with a set of conditions. So if you look at the last approval that we gave for the extended academic building, had 35 conditions on it. So I guess in my mind, I'm a little confused as to what limits we want to put on the text amendment versus what limits we'd put in the condition to kind of formulate controls, because I feel like that's what this is about, is kind of creating controls that protect the individual right of the property owner and the town around it. So I'm just curious, is there a protocol as to what goes into the conditions as to, okay, if the building is built, it shouldn't expand X, Y, and Z, because the conditions that we talked about on the 30th were quite extensive. It was, some were talking to the idea of enrollment, some were talking to the idea of coverage. So I was curious on where does that.
Well, Commissioner Turner, if you're talking about conditions, then you're talking about the special permit, not the text change.
Well, and I would
Unless
say
those
in general, the conditions in the special permit are going to be specific to that project, whereas the text change is a more generic policy level type statement about what's allowed and why and how.
Right. So like, for example, the idea of the maintenance vehicles being parked in the parking garage, is that something that would live in the text amendment, or is that something that would live in the conditions? Because
I think that's in the conditions.
It is I'm pretty sure it's already in the
Okay.
proposed conditions.
And I mean, in general, this is a very specific text amendment. I would personally be in favor of a more generic text amendment, but I don't think that that's going to get the votes tonight. So, I'm open to that other option, but that didn't seem last time where the commission was going. But this is for a text amendment pretty specific in terms of what's required.
Okay, because I mean, where I was going with that is I think on the surface that the text amendment seems directionally correct, but I'm also contingent on which conditions are out there to balance it. So I'm trying to understand, do we want to vote on the special, do we want to also look at conditions, or do we want to vote on this and then go to conditions
Well,
secondarily?
I think the question you're getting at is which of these particular items in the text amendment could be pulled out and put in the conditions of the special permit, just to thin out the language of the text amendment.
Is that what you want? Because that
I
sounds
would-
like what she wants.
That's what I would like, because I mean, I maybe this is an unpopular position, but I look at Silver Hill and some of the other institutional uses and think to myself, like, why are we thinking about this only at Country School and St. Luke's? Silver Hill is an institutional non-conforming in a residential zone. If they were to do something similar, plant a green roof, I would argue that it's a very similar scenario.
I agree with both of you directionally.
Commissioner Chris, then you could just change it from, let's say, private or public school or hospital. Covers that.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure.
I think.
Whether you want to do that or not
Why
is a
are
different
we-
conversation, but
Why
we'll
would
cover
we
that.
expand beyond the school?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, so my point of view there is to answer your question, Kent, as to, fellow commissioner, why would we want to expand it to the other institutional use? I think that, in my view, I wouldn't want to have to start from scratch if Silver Hill were to come to us in 5 years with the same proposal. I'd want to lay groundwork as far as what we're comfortable with so that these institutions could see a certain level of predictability in what the commission would like to see in these non-conforming scenarios. So that's where I was coming from, but I recognize if you're not comfortable with that.
Well, I guess there's some common sense about, other than a school that needs a turf field. Silver Hill, for an example, you've got to put up a parking structure and then just put a living roof on top of it. The economics, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that?
But then why would you be concerned about it? If the economic, I think in very rare conditions, will the economics make sense?
Grace Farms, the economics great. The amount of money that was spent there is hard to reconcile in terms of the cost of structures, et cetera. So, there are plenty of examples of extreme spends.
So I would just,
Art.
I would say that this kind of goes back to the green roof conversation you had earlier, and that, if the commission is more comfortable with keeping it very narrow, if it made sense for Silver Hill or the Y or someone else to come back 5 years to just tweak one word to add themselves into that exemption, I don't think that would be that heavy of a lift for the commission. They would already have to apply for a special permit,
You
which
know-
would be the same timeline.
It almost, just looking at this in option A, it almost seems like we could pull out line 3, 4, and 8. 3 being the fee or compensation issue, 4 being the vehicles stored overnight, and 8 being the planted roof or green roof or flora. All of those could be conditions within the special permit.
So I like keeping the green or
Well, so you would have to keep the athletic field
athletic field.
language in,
Language.
but you're talking about the
Well,
green roof language.
But.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm not talking about taking the athletic field out.
Okay.
I'm just talking about taking out the shall be planted with flora or green roof.
Yeah, okay.
The other items, the ones that would remain would be the condition, I'm referring to option A.
Okay.
Would be the single level parking, the vehicles of the parking structure, primarily passengers, students, parents, etc. The parking structure shall be properly sized. The visual impact of the parking structure shall be minimal. And I'm paraphrasing
Yep.
here. And then the last one is the roof of the parking structure shall be used for athletic purposes and be covered with natural artificial grass.
Okay.
5 line items.
Yep.
That are more focused to the overall intent of the text amendment rather than the specific conditions that could be associated with the special permit, which has to do with the other 3 items that I'm suggesting we move, which is the fee issue and the overnight storage and the, what type of green roof or, whether it's planted one way or another.
This is Commissioner Chris. I would keep 3 and 4, and the reason why is I don't want this to become a stealth public garage, commercial garage. And by putting these in, it prohibits that it's for the use, here's stated, this is for the use of the school, exclusively for them. It's not the neighbor across the street in July says, my daughter's getting married in the backyard. I have 150 people coming. You're not using your garage. Can they all park there? I'll throw you $1,000. Can't do that. It's strictly for their own use
But
and
could-
prohibits all that.
But
Number
could it-
2 says that.
That's why I keep 3 and 4 in.
No, I know, but number 2 says that it's for the passenger vehicles of students, parents, visitors to the school.
Used primarily. You could drive a truck through that too.
But
And trust
couldn't-
me, people will.
But
So
couldn't
why
it be
can't it be
just as
special
effective to
permit
put those
conditions?
items into the special permit conditions?
And this Commissioner Chris, again, I think it's stronger in a text amendment than in a special permit by simply saying, if you want to have a commercial garage, authorize a commercial parking garage. If you don't, don't. But to say that, well, you have this large garage and if you find you have spare space during part of the year, which you often do at a school because it's not a 24/7 business, it can be used for other purposes. And this is simply saying no, because those other purposes generate more traffic at odd hours, which is one of the hot points for the neighbors. This is trying to squelch that. And so I'm thinking of the neighbors too. This is where I'm coming from on it anyway, Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
make a suggestion as to how to move forward with this? I think we're all talking about items 1 through 8 or 9, 10, or 9, I believe here, versus what it's really referring to, which is the actual initial paragraph. So what I would suggest here is we read the initial paragraph, followed by the subsections. And as they relate to the initial paragraph within a text amendment, let's either verbally approve them or modify them or drop them. Because I think some of these things are conflated between a text amendment and a special permit. And I would agree that they should be either dropped or minimized or rewritten. So do you know what I'm talking about, Dan? You have a concern on your face. Well, let me start. Accredited private schools specifically for the construction of parking structures, provided that the structure, (1) contains only 1 parking level. Do we agree on that? To be in a text amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
At grade.
We're good. Okay. Now we go to 2. The vehicles using the parking structure shall be primarily passenger vehicles of students, parents, visitors to the school and or staff of the school where the parking structure is located. Do we agree that that's relevant or not?
What I just heard was primarily should be replaced with more restrictive language like exclusively for the use of the parent school.
Shall
et
we
cetera, et cetera, et
modify
cetera.
that to exclusively?
I'm okay with primarily, but somebody said you could drive a truck through that.
Well, it depends on the height of the structure. That's a joke. Thank you.
That's true.
I'm okay
So,
with primarily,
I mean, we can
although
modify that, but do we agree that that paragraph, that subparagraph is relevant to the section
yes,
for this purpose?
yes.
We do.
Mhm.
Okay, with the potential of changing a single word. Right?
Mhm.
Okay, let's go to 3. No fee or other compensation shall be charged by the school for use of the parking structure except for students, parents, visitors, and school staff who may be charged a fee for usage. Do we agree that that should be there or not?
I don't think it should be.
I do not.
Taking, like, for example, that might preclude the school from charging student fees. Like in our public school charges a $40 annual fee for parking there.
Right.
And that just seems way minutia think about the enforcement there.
So is there a sense that we should eliminate that?
I would strike it myself.
Okay, so
I'd leave it in.
1 and 2 are good with potential change of word, 3's out.
You want
Well, it's out, but again, to my earlier point, 3 could be something that could be a condition of the special permit.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah,
add-
no,
we could
yeah, but
add
I'm
it- we
talking
could
about
add
in
it back
this, for this purpose.
Yeah.
Take it out
I'm
of this one.
only,
Put
I
it
don't
in
want
special
to,
permit.
that's problem, Dan, is we're conflating these 2 things a little bit too much, so I want to narrow it down.
Mhm.
3's out. 4, any vehicle stored overnight in the parking structure shall only be vehicles owned or leased by the school.
Again, I think that's a special permit condition.
Agree.
Okay, so out.
Yes.
Mhm.
So 1, 2, and 3, 1 and 2 are good, 3 and 4 are out.
Mhm.
5, the parking structure shall be properly sized to meet a demonstrated school need and shall demonstrate benefits to the community. I'm not so sure what that benefits the community means myself, but
This one's really hard for me, because I feel like demonstrated school need and benefits the community seem like POCD language that can be interpreted in lots of different ways. I'm just not sure how much.
There's
not sure
no
what value
limit.
it adds to
Yeah.
the.
There's no
text
limit to
amendment.
it. I mean, you could, if you have the area, you could have a huge parking garage.
You really drive a truck through this one.
The only thing I would bring up on this one is,
Yeah.
and I had rewritten it being the parking structure shall be properly sized and first demonstrate benefits to the community. The benefit for this structure is to alleviate traffic on North Wilton. That's one of the factors that they brought up, right? To put it second, to me, is saying we're going to benefit the school first before we benefit the town. So if we're going to do this, the piece should always start with the first demonstrate benefit to the community as well as to meet the needs of the current demonstrated school needs, not future needs.
So, for instance, should we then modify demonstrate benefits to the community with a comma, say, stating such as traffic calming or reduction of traffic backup? Or, because I don't know what demonstrate benefits to the community
Right.
means as a statement in itself.
You could,
Right. I
you
mean, you
could
could add,
clarify,
as identified or outlined in the POCD.
You're the
Yeah.
or
common-
you could, clarify that it's as determined by a licensed traffic engineer. So then,
I like your comma idea, which just it shows our intent to
Such
future
as.
commissions of the kinds of things we were contemplating when we wrote the text amendment. I like your idea.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Chris. I don't like answering our own questions, so we're defining it narrowly. The only thing I think would alleviate that would be such as, but not limited to X, in which case we're not saying this is the one example that meets it.
No, it's just such as.
Yeah, they kind of negate each other, such as, but not limited to, which
Such
means nothing. So I would just say such as, and if you want to put a couple of things, because that's expansive. It could be other things such as. All right, so 5, maybe with the flip as you suggested, we'll stay at 1, 2, and 5. With 2 having a word change, 5 having a flip, and a such as. I'm going to stop remembering what I'm talking about, short-term memory problem. Okay, 6, the visual impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties and to properties in the structure's view shed due to site design, flora, and existing topography. I think this should be in personally, but I think the wording should be clarified a little bit. Wording's a little,
I'm concerned about using the word visual. I mean, what about the other impacts? Noise, lighting, traffic? Everything's visual.
no, that's true. That's a good point.
Strike the word visual. The
Yeah,
impacts.
strike the word visual.
Okay.
And we can add further clarification on the noise and lighting.
Drainage.
Drainage, traffic.
Good point. So we keep 6 and modify it in that respect.
Expand it.
Yeah, expand. 7, the roof of the parking structure shall be used for athletic purposes and be covered with natural or artificial grass if such use is demonstrably of benefit to the school and the community as well. I would think that should not be here. That's specific to the other request and not as a generalized text amendment.
I
Item
hear
7?
you, but I also think to somebody's point, we don't just want like a flat concrete roof. I mean, part of the point of this is, part of what makes this work, in my opinion, is that it's largely hidden, right?
Okay.
You can't see that it's there. So if someone came in and said, well, I want to do a parking garage and it's just going to look like a parking garage, I would have a much more of an issue with that.
What if somebody comes in and says, I want to do solar panels?
that's not permitted
no.
under this
what?
regulation. It would not be permitted under this regulation as
Yeah,
written.
but they could have a special amendment asking for that.
I mean, you could have a special amendment
As long as
asking
you
to
keep
do
item,
anything.
as long as you keep item 7 in there, then that's a no.
It would be no, exactly. So that's why I would personally take item 7 out.
No, I'm saying keep 7 in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For that very reason.
absolutely.
Keep it in.
I think of the reflection issues with solar panels.
Only from
on a
an
large
airplane.
field.
Do you think we should combine 7 and 8? Because I don't see the
We could.
value. Could we just combine 7 and 8 into a singular? 'Cause I think calling out shall be planted, I missed this is the only one that seems to have an or connecting two conditions.
Yeah, I would have put them together too.
So just,
Or were we not removing the green roof one altogether since we couldn't agree on a definition?
I like green roofs.
so you're suggesting it should, 7 should end with as well or be planted with flora and be a green roof. Is that what you're saying?
Right, that was the direction I was going.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Chris. I mean, the idea of a large parking garage that either has, for modified from this, either cars on top that are visual and have to be try to hide them. Yeah, good luck there. Or you have a massive slab of concrete. Neither is very appealing to me. And so I guess the least bad outcome is either you have an athletic field where you look down and it sort of seems to be turf. It may or may not be real turf, but some reasonable facsimile thereof, or a green roof, which tend by nature to blend in, because these can be massive and visually impactful. Sort of a brutalist type of design that, I'd have trouble with.
By the way, your concern is covered with item number 1, contains only 1 parking level. So,
There's always a roof on a parking level.
Yeah, I would, let's just play out a hypothetical.
Why can't we just, to line item 8,
Lot.
to line item 8, if such usage is demonstrably of benefit to the school and to the community as well, or be fully planted as a green roof.
that's what I
Period.
initially suggested, yeah.
Combining the two, I'm happy with.
Yeah,
whether
get rid of
separate or
8 and make
combined,
7 a
I'm
longer
indifferent.
sentence. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I wanted to go through this line by line, because it all speaks to the item F, which is accredited private schools, specifically for the construction of parking structures, provided that the structure. And it
The
all
other thing
speaks.
that we don't talk to here, but was actually an intent of the applicant, was the notion that it reduces the impermeable footprint at the site, because we don't have any impermeable regulation in town, the school would be able to clear cut its lot and pave the entire lot, as long as they could contain the water that sits on the lot. So one of the applicant's arguments, I think was a valid argument, is that, by creating a structure, it reduces, the impermeable footprint by reducing parking requirements elsewhere.
Mhm.
So it's not incremental, it's constrained.
That could be a condition here where we're allowing the increase in site coverage because it's a structure, but it has to also be accompanied by a 0% increase in impermeable area on the site.
0 scares me.
An
but yeah.
offset.
Hmm?
It's an offset, and it's
an
really
offset.
hard to
It's an
define
offset.
that offset successfully for.
Conceptually, it's a good direction to go.
Yeah, no, I like it conceptually.
just
I
hard to
don't know
do.
how you- Yeah.
So we have Sarah.
But
I mean,
Sarah has to
my-
do it tonight on the fly. 'cause
my
I have to-
concern is-
Limitation in the residential zones for an impermeable area.
We don't right now.
Yeah, we do. I just submitted an application where I was required to cut back
No, that's a
asphalt.
drainage policy to
policy.
mitigate, but it's, in theory, you can still do it as long as you can prove that you're not making the drainage existing conditions worse. In theory, you can pave your whole lot.
Which would be tricky to do, I would suggest, and I
Yeah.
have a feeling this commission is going to address that soon enough, so.
So how do we combine all that?
So, I mean, initially coming up with this thought now as the public hearing is closed and, the applicant and the public can't respond to it, I don't know if that is the best way forward. I mean, we don't know how much area, because again, the football field now is being is a certain footprint, and then there's a portion of the football field being cantilevered over the edge of the ledge. So that is, in theory, increased impervious technically. So I don't know what that specific area is, so I don't know how to
I think-
tell you to offset it or what.
One proxy that I think we talked to is the notion of looking at the parking spots as a proxy for impermeable. I think that was the concept that we talked as a condition.
Yeah, but that was,
For the
that was a
special
special
permit.
For the
permit
special permit.
condition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
I
for this particular application, but so that wouldn't sit here, it would just sit in the conditions, right?
Yes. I
Right.
think it's too
Yeah.
hard to do in the text amendment. I like the direction, but I think it's too hard to do.
So one other thing I'll say, because I know you did want to move on to the denial, but given the conversation we had earlier about is there applicability for this type of design solution in other institutional uses, if that's an avenue we're open to entertaining, I would reverse what I said initially, which is that I like option A better, and say that I like option B better, because option B is about these parking structures generally, and not, I mean, it does specify in here that it's on the grounds of an accredited school, but we could put a comma after that and this and this and this, as opposed to if we started with option A, it's specifically about a private school and then what type of uses exempt the coverage. So I think that's just something to consider. I mean, if this is really truly the only location we ever want to see it, then let's go with option A. But if we are open to perhaps amending the regulation in the future for other institutional uses, then I think option B could be a better fit.
I really do think in the future, as real estate becomes more valuable, that this will, I mean, I'll cite examples. You know, the Winter Club is a tiny little campus, and then one day they're going to say, what are our options? And they're going to look at this text amendment. The Field Club, the Winter Club. I mean, you know, it's going to continue, you know, parking continues to be, you know, a challenge for everybody. And if they say, if I locate my parking underneath my tennis courts or underneath something, you know, can I wring some more efficiency out of my real estate? And that's what you're,
Yeah.
that's what you're
Well, I
saying.
mean,
And
let's give a real life example.
can we, with this, encourage green development if they're going to go in that direction? If they want more efficiency, can we encourage it to be green, to Mr. Chris's, you know, point?
I mean, what if the library had come to us and wanted to, I know they couldn't do the underground parking, but what if they said we're gonna have this green with underground parking underneath?
In
I
the
would-
center school lot,
Yeah.
right?
Well, no, not even in the center school lot, under the green that they built at the library, like they wouldn't have needed to use the town land. To me, that's a fine solution. Like we see a park, they see underground parking. It costs a lot of money, don't get me wrong. It's probably not gonna happen until the economics really force it, but
But let's clarify one thing. This is not underground parking. This is a building.
This is at grade parking.
This is a building that happens to potentially have a green roof, okay?
Mhm.
If you want to look at underground parking, a good example in the area would be Bridgewater. Bridgewater, you know, the hedge fund, has 5 massive underground parking structures, but they're truly underground. Everything above those underground parking lots are rolling hills or actual buildings for their staff. But the parking lots are all underground. So we shouldn't confuse a structure with underground parking.
I kind of look at this and say, well, what if St. A's became a school and took the parking lot and said they want to put a field on top of that parking lot today? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because this text amendment would basically say they can do that.
well,
Yeah,
it would say that we would exempt the building coverage issue, which I assume they probably have too. Because I think a lot of our institutional uses have them.
But yeah, Commissioner Benton, I think that's a great example. So the parking lot that's at St. A's that's adjacent to Cherry and Park, I guess that's the one that we just talked about with adding the trees, right? So if they were to basically, you know, carve under that and put a turf structure above it and have entrance side, you know, would that be consistent? Super expensive, but
Yeah. You'll see their application next month. Seeing as they have bulldozers on site.
you know, it's a lot of cement.
So are we, commissioners, as far as the approval resolution, are we leaning A or B in terms of how it's addressed? To Krista's point, to Commissioner Nielsen's point, the B is talking more about parking structures rather than, starts off with parking structures may be exempt, and then the condition is, the first condition is if it's on the grounds of an accredited school, whereas option A starts with accredited private schools are allowed this. Option A being, would you say option A is more constrictive? I mean, they're just saying it a different way.
Yeah, they're saying it a different
Sarah
way.
says it's more consistent with our regulations to go with A, but if we want to go in the direction Krista's describing, we have to go with B.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, B is not inconsistent with the regulations. It's-
So
you
I
can
like
do
Krista's
either.
suggestion that we explore B and see if we can make B work for the majority of the commission.
Mhm.
Agree?
And I mean,
I
it's,
agree. Yeah, I think it's largely the same, like
yeah,
exercise.
the issues that we just went through are the same issues in B. So I
They
think
are,
we
yeah.
could.
It's just how it leads into it.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the denial resolution?
Do you want to straw poll the A, B before we move off it, or?
No, I'd rather come back to it.
Okay.
Denial resolutions. Commissioners, any thoughts on the denial? Specifically, how it refers to, or how it references the POCD. All of you have the denial resolution in front of you, or should have it. And I'll just go through. I think this is some of the languages some of the commissioners have submitted. Commission finds that the text amendment is inconsistent with the overall philosophy of the 2014 POCD, which is to promote an appropriate balance of conservation and development in order to enhance community character and improve the overall quality of life. Item 2, the commission finds the text amendment is inconsistent with the definition and purpose of open space as detailed in the 2014 POCD. Particularly, the proposed text amendment does not promote open space that contributes to community character and the overall quality of life of residents. And item 3, the commission finds that the text amendment is inconsistent with the goals of the 2014 POCD to protect residential neighborhoods, specifically ensuring that institutional uses are appropriately scaled. Specifically, the text amendment contradicts the POCD's recommendation that as part of any application for establishment of such uses or expansion of existing uses, the Planning and Zoning Commission should seek to minimize and/or manage the encroachment or impact of institutional and other uses currently allowed in residential zones on neighboring residential properties. Thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, a couple. Though this text does correctly quote from the 2014 POCD, they're using the term community character, which apparently is a no-go term these days.
As far as the state is concerned, I guess.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking to the extent we rely on this language, which is looked at with a rather jaundiced eye by the state, that it may undermine our ability to enforce that if someone decides to litigate, even though it's a rather uphill battle to go against our legislative capacity.
Well, to be clear, the state looks down on the phrase community character when it comes to applications concerning 830G and affordable housing applications, where you're trying to validate a reason for denial on those particular applications.
True, I would agree, Mr. Chairman, but I think point 3 sort of makes it. We don't need to repeat it several times. I also note that under protect residential neighborhoods, again, I'm quoting from the POCD, it's talking about potential changes, said some changes may be warranted to the regulations to ensure that some of the institutional and other uses currently allowed in residential zones, such as those in section 3.2.c, which would include schools, have an appropriate scale and intensity for their location. I would say that you could reasonably argue that the scale and intensity of this particular build is inconsistent with the POCD. Also goes on to say about the challenges to find an appropriate balance so that such uses fit into the community and the neighborhood. That perhaps this doesn't fit into the community and neighborhood. And point 3 as well. And so I would suggest that the choice of quotes from the POCD should be rethought along those lines. I'm not disagreeing with the overall vibe or intent of what's written here. It's more of a wordsmithing matter that I'm suggesting, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's Commissioner Turner, you bring up some very good points. My concern is that the only thing that we have to go by is our POCD. If we aren't using that same language or similar language that doesn't change the meaning definitions, I think that we can't use the POCD as a justification. I just don't know how we can do it.
Commissioner Cruz, again, I just would suggest that some of the verbiage that I've just quoted from the POCD, certainly in my view, could reasonably apply to this text change. And the commission in its wisdom could decide that the text change is inconsistent with the intent of the POCD and the verbiage in the POCD. It would seem to be very reasonable. Just on the words I quoted, and I didn't use any of the community character commentary. That would seem to me to be adequate, but I welcome other people's views on this, if this is the way we want to go.
Okay.
That's my point.
Commissioners, anyone else have any comments on the denial resolution? Any thoughts on it?
It boils down to this. I mean, I'm sitting here wondering, why am I wordsmithing it? It comes down to, I either do or do not think that a parking structure is inconsistent with the POCD. You know, it's sort of like yes or no. And if I don't think it's inconsistent, then I don't care because I'm not going to vote for it. You know, I don't need to smith something I'm not going to vote for. So that's why I'm wondering, could we just find out which way we're heading and then start wordsmithing, whether the yes or the no?
I just wanted to get through at least a brief conversation on the denial side so we can get to that point. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, you were going to say something?
No, that's okay.
So commissioners, we can take a quick straw poll here as to whether we're how we're leaning in terms of either approval or denial on the text amendment here. And then we can refine it further, just so we can
Makes sense.
have a little bit of a direction here. So I'll do a head count here, and I would just ask for the commissioners just to state whether they're either say approval or denial to define whether which direction you're going towards. I myself, I'm going towards approval. Krista Nielsen,
Approval.
approval. Ken Turner,
Denial.
okay. John Criz,
Denial.
okay. Chris Herring,
Approval.
okay. John Engel,
Approval.
Alan Swerdlow,
I'm leaning towards denial.
okay. Tom Benton,
Approval.
and Christina Larson.
Approval.
So we have 6 for approval, 3 for denial.
You want comments?
Sure.
Or, I mean, what do we do next?
Can we talk
would-
about the conditions? Because I feel like the conditions are such a gating. My
we should-
approval is
We
really
should go into special permit
conditional on the conditions.
discussion.
Well, let's finish on the text amendment. If we're going down this approval road, let's finish the conversation on the text amendment as to, which option A or B and any further refinement on that language. So, I think everyone's had an opinion on this in terms of its applicability. I think both of them are consistent with our regulations. I think what we discussed in terms of option A and pulling out, 3 of the items that could be part of the special conditions is a cleaner text amendment.
B,
For A.
A.
Well, it could be for both, actually, it's the same conditions. B is, again, it's talking about the parking structures. I like A in that right from the get-go, it's, the language starts with limiting the text amendment to private schools.
Agree.
Accredited private schools, I guess we could amend that to say accredited private and public schools.
So I would look at the definition of schools in the zoning regulations, and if you're comfortable with just saying school, I would try to be as consistent with what's already in the regulations.
Fair enough.
But if you're not comfortable with the school definition, then by all means, be more specific.
Calling it up?
Yep.
Why don't you read it out?
Except there's no school in mine.
Right at the bottom.
Oh, is it the bottom?
Yep.
Okay. School, a nursery school, kindergarten school, or a school having a comprehensive curriculum of study comparable to that of a public school. It's a weird definition.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like the accredited public and private school.
yeah. I agree. Agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I would also, if the commission decides to go with an approval of the text amendment, I would include the comment you made earlier in saying that contains only 1 parking level at grade.
At grade, correct.
I think it's implied, but I think yours clarifies that, and I think that's
It's important.
that's important.
It
So
is.
Why couldn't it be below grade?
I think saying at grade could suggest that they could have 4 levels below grade then.
No, but the comment here is 1 parking level.
At
1
grade.
parking level
At
at
grade.
grade, so you
So
could
I
have
said, why
10
couldn't it be 1
under
parking level
ground.
at grade or below grade? That was my comment on that comment.
No more than 1 level above grade.
Right.
Do you
I think
care
what we're
what's
trying to
below
get at.
grade or, okay.
1 level at or below grade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what I was
support that.
suggesting.
I think that's fine. That works.
But then are you limiting them to only 1 level below grade?
Yes,
How I-
it's still just 1
And if-
level.
if
Do
they
we
want to-
care if
If
there's-
they want to put a parking structure up, yeah.
But do we care if there's 3 levels below grade? Like, why do you care what's below grade?
I do, because it just means more traffic and you have a
Exactly,
bigger
yeah.
problem.
yeah, limitation on space.
Yeah.
I agree, Commissioners. Very wise.
Does anybody actually, I want to make a bit of a side comment here because everybody refers to the POCD. But does anybody know what it says about parking structures in the POCD?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You're wrong. On page 41, it actually says, and this is new to me, I had no idea until I kind of read the first 41 pages of this just now. It says, let me get to it, sorry. It says parking. Consider allowing decked or tiered parking structures in several zones by special permit to minimize land area utilized for surface parking.
This is Commissioner Cruz,
section
I would
is that?
note that deck parking is allowed in the downtown area.
is
now
allowed in
as
the
per
downtown,
permit,
yeah.
so.
This doesn't say downtown.
But
It
it's gotta
does,
be
it's
what,
possible strategies and options for downtown,
Where is that?
the previous page.
It's the downtown section.
So this is the downtown
Oh,
section.
okay, you're right.
So that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
truck-
down,
the truck
parking
ran over
structures,
my,
parking
my
structures in the
dog or
downtown area
something.
have always been encouraged.
Okay, that's
There
good.
was, there was actually a proposal out for the,
Locust.
no, what's behind the mobile station, what is that called? Morse Court? There was a competition contemplated about 15 years ago that my old firm was part of
Yeah.
to do a tiered parking structure there.
And locusts.
Locust
And
too
Locust Avenue, yeah.
is considered.
Yeah, you worked on that.
So, so I guess what I was concerned here, not concerned, but curious about, it said, consider allowing decked or tiered parking structures in several zones. What does that mean?
Because the downtown area has multiple zones.
Well, there are only 2 zones.
No, no, not at all.
How many
Retail-
zones are there?
Retail A,
You have like
retail
15
B,
zones. There's apartment zone, there's.
business A, B,
Retail.
C, and
There are
D.
like, there are 6 different
lot of
residential
zones.
zones.
Yeah,
There are many,
I was
many
thinking
zones.
basically a commercial zone, residential zone.
Nope.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
so that this is definitely self-limiting.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Okay, so are we are we all in agreement that option A with the modifications we've discussed in terms of elimination of a few of the line items here that would be moved into the special permit?
I like your B.
Or are we going
I
B?
thought we
A.
3 preferred B.
Vote, just do a straw vote. So-
Yes, I like to be.
Yes, straw vote, A or B.
Single
It was just
level.
the introduction.
It's just that how it's introduced, there's really nothing
yeah.
substantially different, but to me, B is easier to amend down the road if you wanted to expand it beyond schools, private schools.
That's a good point. Okay.
But if you don't ever want to do that, then go with A.
B.
I see your point. Okay.
Yeah, I just think
Flip a
you
coin.
open up a pretty big aperture if you go with B and you start with the parking garage, because then it could be really anything out there. If A is just specifically talking about an accredited school, you've limited the footprint to a very small.
Well, as written, it doesn't allow anything. I mean, under B, the number 1 is such parking structures on the grounds of an accredited private school. My point is, if you eventually wanted to say a hospital, you could put comma, hospital. But that would be a whole text amendment. They'd have to be back, whoever comes with that has to come back before us. And whoever does this has to get a special permit anyway. So it's not like you're just opening it up and anyone can do anything. They all have to come here.
I start out with the same logic. The only reason I was going back to A is I think it's easier to make an argument, just sub-bullet, than the heading.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing.
I think that's the argument for B.
No, because A is saying it starts with the accredited school. It's already limited the footprint. So therefore, it's harder to change A away from that.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, realistically, it is the same because it's still the same text amendment and it is the same argument that a future applicant may have, is that it's reasonable on their property, whether you word it one way or the other way.
So we could go with, if it's B, then it's the same thing. It's the items 1, 2,
Do you want me to read option B? I've been editing both at the same time.
I'm sorry.
I've been editing option A and B at the same time, so I'm happy to read it to the commission. if
Sure, let's
that's
hear it.
helpful. Okay.
Please.
So F, parking structures may be exempt from building coverage if it is used and regulated as described below. 1, such parking structure is on the grounds of an accredited public and private, or I guess,
Or.
public or private school. 2, the parking structure is single level at or below grade with the parking of vehicles, or the parking structure is single level with the parking of vehicles solely being on one level at or below grade. The vehicles using the parking structure shall primarily be passenger vehicles of students, parents, visitors to the school, and or staff of the school where the parking structure is located. The parking structure shall be, the parking structure shall be properly sized to demonstrate benefits to the community and meet a demonstrated school need, such as alleviating existing traffic congestion. The visual impact of the parking, or the impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties and to properties in the structure's view shed. due to site design, flora, and/or existing topography. The roof of the parking structure can be used for athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass, if such use is demonstrably of benefit to the school and to the community as well, or be fully planted as a green roof.
I thought we got rid of the visual.
Yeah, I
So
think
we're-
that's the only
So
part
the-
that we need to
the word
revise.
Yeah, that
withdraw.
we have to,
She
It
struck
just
it.
says
the
it.
impact.
She
Okay,
struck it
gotcha.
while she was speaking.
Sarah, just on that, on number 2, because you highlighted number 1. When we say parking structure is a single level, can we designate that it's designed for a car or SUV and not a bus? So that we're not getting something
so we say passenger vehicles, is that?
that should be sufficient? Like, I don't want Saks putting in a structure that's the height of their school buses, and how do you
I
control
mean,
that?
I interpret passenger vehicles to not be commercial vehicles,
Agreed.
which would then
Agreed.
limit the height.
I think that would cover us. So add passenger vehicles to line item 2.
It's already in line item 3. That's what I was saying.
Gotcha.
That's just saying vehicles using. It doesn't indicate height. You can put something there that's the size of an RV and just designate it for a passenger vehicle, and you'd still be compliant.
Okay.
So I do think it needs to be in 2.
How do we do that? Limit the interior clear height?
I would suggest, commissioners, that we simply use the height that they suggested here, which is relatively low.
Yeah.
It's not clear for larger vehicles.
Again, is this
Commissioner
getting into
Benton, that
something that
might
belongs in
address
the
you.
special permit
Yeah,
as opposed to
it
the
can be a
text?
condition.
Well, I mean, can you use the word standard? Or just something that's,
There's no standard. I mean,
Changes.
it depends on the application. You can have a parking garage that has the minimum is 6'8" when you're doing a parking garage. And there are older garages that are even lower than that. But typical parking garages out there these days are 8 feet. But there's no standard.
It's like the size of residential garages. They used to be microscopic, and now they aren't.
again, I just worry, look at the bus yard at the high school. If they want to come back and turn that into a parking lot and put another field on top, do we want that? And if so, that's gonna be a different height than that of a standard.
But we can control that
We would
as
control it.
part of the condition in the special permit.
So are we off accredited private schools? Are we expanding it to all schools for sure?
We're still on accredited public or private schools.
So we are adding public to it. I just
Should I say again?
just don't want to go into any safety concerns with like big garages all over town.
I'd like to go with Sarah's language where she says we've already defined schools elsewhere in the document. We don't need the word accredited. Schools are defined somewhere else.
So does that mean St. Press? Or the nurse kindergarten school can do this? And I think,
If we've defined them that way, yes.
I think that's too broad.
Okay.
I mean, are those not accredited? You know, what are we accrediting them to? I think, I just don't know. I'm not well versed in that.
Comparable to that of a public school.
That's the whole thing.
That's it?
That's the whole thing. It's a weird definition.
Yeah, it's kind of a,
It seems like it was more written for like nursery schools
Yeah.
than it was for actual school. I mean, I'm not saying a nursery school is not a school, but for grade school and higher.
I think, Commissioner Benton, is your concern that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding your concern, is it about, Saks basically building a structured parking unit there, or, one of the local nursery schools doing the same and it being exempted from building coverage? So, if Kiwanis preschool is built out for building coverage, but they say, oh, well, parking garages are exempted, we're going to go ahead and take the rest of our lot and put a garage there. I think, one of the things that comes to mind for me is that, part of this is, again, goes back to this gaping hole we have in non-permeable. Like, so effectively we're I think concerned about overdevelopment of lots and using this as a backdoor for that. So I think it goes back to that sort of demonstrated need clause that we have here, that it, demonstrated need for parking that makes the rest of the lot better off. So and it doesn't overdevelop the lot. So I don't know exactly how to capture that, but it does seem like that's, I mean, we could also say, like, with a lot has a minimum acreage of 20 acres, where it only applies to a few different institutions versus, the various preschools. We have lots of different examples here.
Why not just say private schools, and then if the town decides that they want to build a garage on Saks, they need a special permit regardless to do that, have them come in for a text amendment. It doesn't cost the town any more to do that. They don't pay application fees if the town later decides that they want to do that. Why not?
Yeah, that would definitely shut it down.
Yeah.
So stick with your
private.
original sentence.
Sarah, on number 6 on B.
Yep.
Can you just reread that once again? I didn't.
The roof of the parking structure can be used for athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass, if such usage is.
No, that's not 6.
No, it's number 6.
That's the new 6, the old 6.
The old 6.
Um,
Parking structure.
Shall be
oh,
properly
yeah,
sized.
the parking structure shall be properly sized to demonstrate benefits to the community and meet a demonstrated school need, such as alleviating existing traffic congestion.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have the old numbers, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
What do you guys want to do about the old 7, which was originally about the visual impact of the parking structure? And I thought I heard people wanting to broaden it to more just general impacts of the parking
Yeah,
structure.
visual was struck.
Right. But I mean, then you kind of have to revise the whole sentence, because the whole sentence is about the visual impact, about the view shed, about flora. So I mean, do you want to specify, like, the impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties with consideration to site design, traffic impacts, noise, drainage, light, like list things like that?
as such as those things, but not limited to those things.
So is that not special permit conditions, and
yeah.
is that relevant to exempting a structure from building coverage?
Right.
Or is
I
just
think any
visual
impact on the neighborhood, and then that's the end of the sentence. Visual struck, impact on neighbors, period.
Okay.
And the rest
impact of
goes
the
in
parking
the
structure shall be
conditions.
minimal.
Negative impact.
Negative.
Negative impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties, period.
and get rid of everything else?
I think it makes it stronger by taking these limiters out. We're saying, well, we're not limiting it. Any negative impact,
More constrained.
colors are thinking.
But to Sarah's point, as I started to think through, like, what negative impacts we're talking about, it is all the stuff that comes up in the special permit criteria.
Right.
Correct.
So,
So I don't think we need to specify it again.
so old number 7, we're saying would just become the negative impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting properties.
Correct.
I would note that that would include visual impact, it could be parking impact, it could be potable water impact, it could mean a lot, it could mean flooding impact, it can mean a lot of stuff.
Any
So we're
negative.
just,
So
again,
this
we're
is a
just
very
saying negative
Catholic lowercase c statement, broad encompassing statement.
Is there any
against, but-
value in even saying it then? Because again, we're gonna have to go
I mean,
through the
that's
special
covered by the
permit.
special permit conditions.
Right. I mean, that is what the special permit criteria covers. So like, why say it here if we're gonna have to consider the special permit criteria in reviewing this.
This is Commissioner Chris, I would include
First
it.
step in any
Yeah.
potential future application.
It sets a high bar.
Yeah.
Which I think is the intent.
I think you keep it.
Keep it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are we done?
I think we are.
Can we go home yet?
Is that it?
No, seriously, I mean, I feel like we're wordsmithing, but we've really not talked about the fact that we're moving in the direction of 6-3 in favor of the text amendment. And I'm sure there's a lot of neighbors out there wondering, how could you, what is your thinking behind voting for this or against this? This is against the P O C D. How could you do this? And I have to just say that I voted for it, like Mr. Herring suggested, based on the fact that I think we're in allowing this text amendment and moving forward in the direction, we think we're solving a very major problem for the neighborhood, for the town, for the school. If you don't believe that there's a major problem and that this is going to make the situation better, then you would not vote for this. And so I've thought this through very hard. I have really struggled with anything that might be against the POCD. And in the end, I thought the POCD had more than just green space in it. It had the mitigation of serious traffic problems was an equal or more important good. And that's what's informed my vote. And so when you say, I really want to make sure that happens, that we didn't just give somebody a parking structure so that they could add more cars and expand, I think it just needs to be said. So that's where I'm heading, on this. I really do want to see God's in the details on these restrictions and these conditions.
Mhm.
So.
I would agree with you. I mean, I've been on this commission since 2010, 2011, and St. Luke's has come to us not only for the school edition, but for the other applications. And I've said this before, every single one of the applications, the key element of the opposition's argument towards those applications was the impact of traffic, of what was happening on that queue line out to North Wilton Road and how it impacted safety and traffic flow for the neighborhood, during those peak times. That's always been of a concern. And I think this particular design is effectively killing two birds with one stone. You're replacing a degrading football field with a new material that is more ecologically sound, and you're introducing a parking structure and a new queue pattern with this whole, queue corral that theoretically, according to the applicant's proposal and what they've represented, will solve that traffic issue on North Wilton Road. Not just help it, but solve it, which is great. I think that's what everyone should want. And having walked, I don't know if everyone's gotten the chance, I know everyone's familiar with the school, but if everyone's gotten the chance to walk it and to actually see, walk the edge of the football field where the drop off is towards the west side and the gully in the wetlands area and what can be seen even before the foliage came in. I was there 2.5 months ago before it all bloomed out, what you can and can't see. And there's definitely a limited number of houses that will have some view to this structure. And we can talk about my concerns on that during the special permit portion of this application. But the way this garage is nestled into that area and what you will see from the road and from neighboring properties, I think it's a fair compromise in order to solve the traffic problem and all the other problems that this thing is looking to mitigate. That's my opinion.
I'm in agreement on both those. I look at it and say the first problem is the traffic, and I think what they provided is a elegant solution. I couldn't come up with a better one. But if the job is to solve the traffic pattern, then I think that's what this does. I think the special permit controls the growth of the school. I don't want to feed more growth. I just want to address what was the number one problem.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a couple of things to add on that. So I think, first of all, I think it's great that it's an innovative solution of taking a disrupted piece of land, i.e. something that already has a artificial surface on it, turf, and elevating it and putting more parking underneath it. I think when you look at the conditions, one of the things that I was disappointed in the traffic study, and I was looking back to find the specific citing, was that the traffic study was limited, and I asked this question specifically, it was limited to queue length, it wasn't necessarily limited to volume. And I think one of the neighbors' complaints was it wasn't just the queue length, which I think we've been focused on, but also the volume of traffic going back and forth to town on North Walton Road, which wasn't studied. I specifically asked that question. They said we weren't studying the volume. As long as the traffic's moving, we don't care. And I guess I disagree with that because I think that there is increased volume. And the applicant, when I asked about busing and exploring busing, they distinctly said they not pursued busing. So what I think makes me more comfortable is that with the application, they said we're pursuing this because we would prefer not to clear cut trees and add more parking, which I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with. But I think with a condition that limits the total parking on site to the number that we discussed, limits the idea of adding multiple grades of additional driving to school, essentially extra surplus that I think Tom, or Mr. Commissioner Benton, you were talking about. If you build extra levels below, you create the surplus that actually encourages more people to drive. So I think adding, as I think we've used the term buffer, that adds flexibility so that the board can meet there, so that PTAs can meet there, but also not an inordinate amount of surplus such that you kind of encourage more commuting that could affect the neighbors. I think that's the balance that I'm trying to ride between the queuing and the volume. So what makes me more comfortable is that condition that limits total parking on site to a limit that would prevent using the, accepting events like graduation, using the parking lot for parking, the tennis courts for parking, and reduce in limiting the total volume of spaces. So that's where I'm coming from, is balancing the idea of the volume going into the site, which I think is constrained by the number of parking spaces, absolutely, which would be part of the condition for me.
I would go even further to the neighbors who are saying, well, that's all well and fine, but they'll come back and the business plan will change and queuing might occur on that road. And is it our problem that we have to come and complain? Who do we complain to? I mean, we heard a great deal of testimony over the, the larger problem of what happens when the model fails. So I think that we need to put in these conditions, because I'm voting for it, assuming that the conditions, are sufficient. I believe that a condition is going to be that if we grant them 174 parking spaces and there's a queue out on the road, even though the traffic expert, and I did hear a snicker, the traffic expert said that there's 113 cars on the road today, and that will go to 0 if we build this deck. But if it doesn't, I think that the school should be automatic that they lose the use of some parking spaces until they fix the problem. Meaning they miscalculated 174 parking spaces and a queuing corral for whatever it is, 30 wasn't enough for whatever reason. There were more cars, there were more trips, there were the same number of people were just making more trips. People were waiting longer in line for whatever it was, more activities after school. I can't anticipate what's going to cause an overflow, but when it occurs, there needs to be an automatic mechanism that incents St. Luke's to take action so that they don't have to complain to the police who don't want to hear it, P&Z, which already, voted and wrote the regulation. So I think there needs to be some sort of an automatic mechanism for me to get comfortable with with what you're talking about. That we've solved this. We gave them a parking deck and we solved the top traffic problem forever.
Do you feel that the conditions that I emailed to you all achieves that? You know, I think.
No, I actually think that we need that sort of a mechanism. And I wrote to you privately because I can't have a meeting through email and told you that idea. And, you know, and I get it. It's not in there. So I'd like to now bring it up publicly. I'd like some sort of a mechanism where they lose parking if traffic is not solved out on North Wilton Road. And I think that that's the quid pro quo. We're promising the town that we are solving that bottleneck on North Wilton Road if we give them this. That's
Okay.
the quid pro quo. Otherwise, none of this makes sense to me.
And so you don't think condition 6 achieves that, or what do you think should be changed to have condition 6 achieve that?
Sixth Amendment, special, which,
The special permit approval.
number 6.
All right, so it
But
says,
we're not-
do we want to
we're
go
just-
this route? I mean, Mr. Chairman, do we want to continue to wrap up the text amendment, or do you want to just move into discussion of the special permit since people want to know the specifics?
So I would recommend waiting to vote on everything at the end, because you don't want to vote on the text amendment and then for some reason you all deny the special permit and now you have a text amendment that you didn't actually
No,
fully
this,
want.
this talks about increasing, all right, so I'm gonna read it to everybody. Initial traffic study, including afternoon pickup queue length data, shall be submitted 1 month after the CO is issued for the structure. Or by November 15 if the CEO is issued during the summer. Thereafter, traffic studies will be required as enrollment increases per 5A. If at any point a traffic study finds more than 5 vehicles queued on North Wilton Road, St. Luke's will return to the commission for approval of traffic mitigation measures to reduce the queue. I guess that's the key. Unless authorized by the commission, there shall be no additional increase in enrollment until the queue length on North Wilton Road is no more than 5 vehicles. To me, I think it's not, as long as we have a queue length on North Wilton Road, there shall be no increase in enrollment. I actually think that they're going to have to manage their after-school activities, whether their juniors are allowed to drive and park, how many activities, how long. They're going to have to think about this all the time, not just insofar as it affects enrollment.
So what it says is that they would have to
No,
come
but
back to us
that's-
with traffic mitigation measures. I mean, they can increase their enrollment, but they also have to fix the problem.
I don't like traffic mitigation measures as much as I like we will allocate 25 of your precious 174 spots toward additional corral. Because you seem to need more corral. I mean, that's what I
So you
think.
want
It goes
us to
from
tell them how to
parking.
fix the problem.
Yeah,
don't
I
know
think
how
it goes from
25 is gonna
from
change.
parking to corral.
But we don't know that will solve the queuing issue.
No.
Right, if you're all of a sudden allocating 25 spots to additional corral, they're 2 completely different areas of the complex intended for 2 completely different uses. Right, you're not gonna be corralling people in through the garage where everyone's parking, it just doesn't work the same way. So
I thought they might.
But in his defense, you could arguably take like the inland parking over here that is currently allocated for incremental parking and displace those into the
You could.
main structure and then use that as a secondary queue.
But wouldn't we want a traffic engineer or someone who
Right.
studies
I-
this
Yeah,
to
it's-
tell
it's
us the
just
right
not-
solution as opposed to us? Yeah.
We have to establish a threshold by which if they fail that metric, then they have to go back and figure out a solution. We can't tell them what the solution is. We shouldn't.
I think
tell
they
them what the
lose
solution is.
parking until they propose a solution to the to the traffic commission and all that. I think there has to be a penalty. That's the whole point of all these neighbors coming to us was that they have not, there's been no penalty for bad behavior. I heard that week after week.
I hear you, but like, how would that even be enforced? I mean,
enforce
so Sarah's gonna be out there every day at 3
No,
o'clock,
as long
making
as
sure
there's a
nobody
queue,
parked in
you
those
lose
25
parking spaces
But how do
I
you,
know,
until
but
you
who's-
how
solve
do
it.
you enforce it?
Who's there making sure they do that?
And what time's
No,
the
it's the
queue?
rule.
What is the
There's
traffic?
rules all over
conditions?
town.
It's just-
Yeah, well, there's
it's
rules right
impossible.
here.
Oh, I'm sure the neighbors will say, you had to lose your parking until you solve this.
And
They'll
how do you
point it
enforce it?
out. They'll point it out to us that they're
How do you
abusing it.
enforce it? who's gonna go out there and put red tape around a parking lot? That's not gonna get taken down 15 minutes later.
I don't think it's enough to say, you've got a problem, schedule a meeting with a traffic study. I think that there actually has to be a physical thing that the neighbors could see, that these parking spots have now been taken off the board until it gets solved. That's the difference.
Can I
Mr. Chairman.
can I weigh in on this a
Mr.
bit,
Chairman, if I
please?
may.
I'm listening to this and it's all a bit of magical thinking to me.
No, it's not.
For- No, don't, please don't interrupt me and don't contradict me.
Well,
It's-
magical thinking is kind of insulting.
It's magical thinking because the queue is created by egress, okay? And the egress has never been addressed here. It's how one gets in and out. It's not where you store the 45 vehicles that they're suggesting will be stored, queued during the time. It's how one gets to that. It's like I've worked with traffic engineers for years, and the old adage was if you add lanes to highways, you will reduce traffic. But in fact, when you add lanes to highways, you increase traffic. When you add parking spaces to the facilities, you increase traffic, especially if you don't deal with egress. How many points of egress are there in this school? Exactly, one. It's virtually an impossible, that's why I call it magical thinking, impossible situation to deal with in the way we're dealing with it. In my opinion, that's why I'm leaning against it. I think this is the big issue here, dealing with what you've just suggested. In terms of slapping their wrists when they don't achieve it, I don't think we're going to be able to enforce it. I don't know how we'll do that. But we haven't dealt with the major issue here, which is egress. But we are dealing with some sub issues that may help out a little bit. But we're still going to be queuing for a couple of times a day, especially if we don't deal with the egress issue.
What do you mean the egress issue? Like
How
would you,
people get in and
Entrance,
out.
in and out.
you meaning having an alternate entrance? Like I don't understand like what even
Oh, yeah.
the options are.
I'm not suggesting an option. I'm suggesting what the problem is.
I know, but I can't conceptualize what the problem is without you giving me some sort of word besides egress. Like,
Well, the problem right now is where there is egress, where there's a place to come into the school, there's a limited, constricted space. And that's where the traffic is backing up from that space. It's not backing up from the number of parking spaces within the school. So we haven't addressed that. The traffic engineers haven't addressed that. The traffic study did not address that. And I don't think that we're going to really be able to solve this problem unless it is addressed.
Oh, I don't think that actually it's going to solve problem by removing 10 parking spaces is going to solve the egress problem. I just think that it's going to make sure that St. Luke's is aligned with the neighbors on making sure it's important to them to solve it.
This is Commissioner Chris. I'm looking at number 6 on conditions on the draft resolution for approval, which seems to be sort of part of the meat of it, as well as point 5. And that you boil it down, the reason this whole thing's starting is that there are massive backups on North Wilton Road. We want to get rid of them, okay? No one's happy with that situation. And okay, so what are you gonna do about it? Okay, the plan from St. Luke's is we're to build a parking garage, we're to have more space, we're to have better circulation within our campus, and that's gonna fix it. That's the plan. Now, is it gonna happen in reality when the thing's built? We don't know because it hasn't happened yet. So what I'm seeing in number 6.6 is that, okay, this thing's built, it has a CO, people are moving in and out. Let's test it. And the test is that there will be a study and we're to find out whether they fixed it. How do you know whether you're pass or fail? You fail if it's more than 5 cars. That's how it's defined here. Whether that's a good idea or not, this is what it says. Okay, so what happens if you fail? There has to be a penalty to create motivation on the part of St. Luke's to fix it. Okay, how do you do that? Here it says that they can not increase enrollment until they fix it. That's the stick. Now, is this an adequate stick? Again, decision for the commission, but this is what it says. It also says enrollment. I think I will say as a sidebar, and this in point 5, it talks about a new test with 30 students. Implicit in that is that if you have students, you also have staff, and there's some kind of staff student ratio and they both move up. It's implicit, but we haven't stuck a pin in the number. What we're trying to figure out here explicitly is carbon-based life forms and cars moving in out of the campus. And so I would say it's not just students, but students and staff. And we should change it to include staff. So let's say they change their staff-student ratio, so there's much more staff per student. Again, more traffic, and that we should define it as staff and students, not just students. We're sort of implying it in the student number, but let's be more explicit. And so I would say do that, and to the extent we believe it, as a motivational clause that if they haven't fixed it, you're not growing you're not going to grow your school, period. That's it. And does that hold their feet to the fire enough in order to get this fixed? Again, the decision for the commission, but
I think
it would seem to be motivating to me.
I think it does, and especially since that's effectively a derivative of the original condition from 2013 or 14, where we limited the enrollment condition on the traffic studies that they were supposed to provide to make sure that the traffic wasn't being impacted by in a negative way, so that their enrollment would be limited in terms of its growth. This is effectively the next iteration of that condition. Speaking to your egress comment, the component that you didn't mention, which is what they're trying to do here, is their current queue pattern as it comes into the complex is a single lane entry for people dropping off and people parking that comes in. There's the turnaround circle by the gym, and everyone does their drop off either there or at the other end at the main entrance of school, and then tries to get out in a single lane. There's no relief for that congestion on the campus, right? Because all of the other on-grade parking is exactly that. It's saved for people entering and parking in those spots. So you can't queue into those areas and block the people who are trying to park. What they're doing is creating the queue corral, I forget what it was, 5 or 6 lanes wide, 45 spots. Those 45 spots are effectively relieving that congestion that is currently coming in as a single line queue into the property, so that it relieves congestion entering into the lot, but also creates a controlled system of egress out of that queue line, not going back through the parking, not going through the other parking areas, and leaving the site in a controlled fashion. I think they did solve the egress issue.
Well, we'll talk about apples and oranges here. I did mention that there were 45 spaces available in that new spot designated. But to get to those 45 spaces, you still have to come into a bottleneck. That's what I was talking about with the egress. Now, it may help. I actually said it may help. I don't think it's going to solve this. I think it's going to, it may even encourage more people to drive to the campus, because now there's at least a place to drive to that where you're not technically backed up. But to get in and out of the school property is a problem that needs to really be resolved in a different way, including the proposal for the 45 space holding zone, which is obviously an improvement. I agree with that.
I just don't think, it comes down to this, the language, we're debating the language. The language has a mechanism that only includes enrollment. And enrollment is like, man, we have a problem. We're going to change our enrollment next year. Whereas what I'm contemplating is a stick that allows them to say, we're going to start withholding juniors' parking privileges, or we're going to have to move our after-school events around. We're going to have to start making changes now. I don't know what they're going to be, but I know that if they all of a sudden only have 145 parking spaces available to them, then there's less cars on the campus. That it has to, take immediate effect. And they would say, oh, that's a bad thing. And we should put our heads together and figure out what can we do to get our parking spaces back and manage our traffic better. That's why I suggested that enrollment is a next year kind of mechanism, lever, and parking spaces is a today lever.
This is Commissioner Benton. I would agree with that in a couple ways. If there's a queuing problem, they can free it up by taking away cars from the parking garage and putting more queued cars in the garage. So if the penalty is, great, you gotta free up space in your garage to take more cars off North Wilton, I think that's a viable penalty. That's gonna be painful for the school to administer, but that's their problem. But if the idea is there's still cars queuing, an idea of checking it once in a while, I just don't, 5 cars, I don't know how you police that. If there's enough complaints, then, and you use that definition, you take spots away in the garage and let more cars queue inside the garage before you allow parking back.
I hear what you guys are saying, and I don't necessarily disagree. I just have no idea how we would enforce that.
So in one of the responses I gave back to Sarah was, I don't like the idea of just doing the parking study once. I think they should have to do it at least 3 times a year. I think it should be done at a time when it's a normal school day, not when they pick, which could be like a half day. I mean, it needs to be well policed. And you just have defined intervals. I don't want them to engineer, okay, it's however they can engineer less traffic that day. But
Summertime.
yeah, but I just feel like there has to be a normal way to police it, and having 5 cars, I think anybody can say, I saw 5 cars, and now who's gonna call that? I think there just needs to be a traffic study done, whether it's twice per year, 3 times per year.
Yeah.
And if the traffic study comes back with a negative result, you take parking spots away until the next traffic study period comes due.
It's Commissioner Chris, I would have sympathy for your comments, Commissioner Benton. Essentially, it's a surprise inspection that is at a time chosen by this commission. That way you know it's not being gamed and that's at a random period that you hope is indicative.
But it's a traffic study we're asking the applicant to pay for and manage.
Right.
Correct.
So it's not a
True.
surprise.
True.
They're-
Well,
they're
I'm
writing
not
the
saying
check
real surprise, I'm saying, you know what a normal
we can
school
hire
day
one.
is.
at their expense.
At their expense, yeah.
Yeah, but they're gonna know, because we're gonna say, you're writing the check for this, FYI.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying surprise. I'm just saying I don't want it to be on a half-day Friday or something where,
Mhm.
as long as it's a normal school day, and it's planned, that's fine. School should pay for it, and if it comes back negative, the penalty is you take parking spots away until the next traffic study comes back positive.
Okay, so even if we can get our heads around annual or semi-annual traffic studies, I still don't know how we enforce the taking of the parking away.
So I would just jump in that if you feel that level of policing is needed to, in your mind, have this be an appropriate use on the property, then it may not be an appropriate use on the property. If it needs that level of policing, that's a lot.
Yeah. And it's
Except for
kind
the
of
fact we're
beyond-
still trying to solve the main problem, which is taking cars off Northwold.
I think I can see everyone's point about trying to make sure there's teeth to the special permit and making it work. But I disagree that the way to solve it is to take spots away from the parking garage or try and introduce queuing in the parking garage. Just knowing how the traffic flow is going to work in there and the fact that you're kind of dead ending into the parking garage will create even more problems in terms of queuing and coming out of there and getting around the rest of the queue. If everyone can remember the site plan as you come into St. Luke's, as you come up through the driveway coming south, I guess, you have the new queuing area on the right, but immediately to the left, there's an on-grade sort of semicircular parking area that's, I think, 35 or 38 spots, somewhere in that area. Maybe that's the sacrificial lamb. Maybe that
Fair.
parking area goes away and becomes overflow queuing area on grade, adjacent to the other queuing area, until they can solve the overflow onto North Wilton.
Also
great
tennis
idea.
courts.
Yep.
Tennis court's gonna be a condition where there's no parking ever on it.
That was said in jest.
Yeah,
We don't want any parking or
No.
queuing on the tennis court.
no.
But
Already.
can we also talk about the enrollment? That feels like that's what's driving everything. And if the school's just getting bigger and we don't have like very hard caps, or as seniors depart, there, the incoming class, has to become smaller. And, like the years, year after year of these increases, create more traffic studies. And it seems like, that we do need to talk about enrollment in the caps and, having restrictions or have penalties that direction, because that's what's driving the number of cars.
Well, I think we have to be careful on how extensive we get with this. I mean, I think, the institution is providing a good benefit to the town. It's providing economic activity, schooling to the town. And we're concerned about the traffic. So, I mean, again, not to beat a dead horse, but if there was busing from a central area in town and the parking was downtown and there was no queue, we wouldn't be here because we're just concerned about the queuing. We're not concerned about how many students are on site. So I think we have to be careful on how many different ways we're trying to solve this. I think saying limiting enrollment, I just think it's a different animal than looking at parking.
I would agree. And I think that to the extent that you guys, like Sarah said, if we're so concerned that the queuing is going to continue to be an issue, then basically what you're saying is you don't believe what the traffic engineer's report told us, which basically is what the whole argument sits upon. So then
Yeah.
we're back to, why are you voting for this? If you don't believe the traffic engineer, we're not going to sit here and engineer this better than a traffic engineer. Unless anyone here is a traffic engineer, but I'm pretty sure we're not. So
Yes, as Commissioner Chris, but there's the model of the thing and there's the thing. So the model is the traffic engineering study saying it's going to fix it. And then in reality, you may find it doesn't, which is a situation where we have a fix. Oops, the fix is not fixing it. Now what do we do?
right, but if you think that there's a high probability that it's not going to fix it, then why would you vote for this?
That is a reasonable approach, Commissioner.
Mhm.
I hear you on that, and that certainly is an option, which is one of the issues I'm concerned about. I think Commissioner Turner's concerned about it, and I don't put words in your mouth, but Commissioner Sverdlov seems to be worried about this too. And so I hear you on that, but let's say that ship sails and the text amendment passes, more or less along the lines that have been, there's still, as Commissioner Enkel properly points out, if there's a fail on the fix, there needs to be some sort of motivation to get the fix fixed. And the limit on enrollment, and I would say enrollment and staff, because again, they both generate traffic. And I think we should change it to include both, in my opinion.
Vendors and contractors.
Yes, and then they say, well, okay, now St. Luke's, can't increase my staff or my student body, and I don't want to do that, so I have to rearrange a few things in order to try to fix it. So they would be motivated to try to find a way to eliminate the queuing on North Whitland Road. If that creates challenges for them, well, those are challenges that they need to fix and find a way to do so, which within the constraints of not parking on the tennis courts and maybe coming up with some other rearrangement. I can understand why that might work as a motivator.
Well, can I ask? Yeah, I think one thing I wanted to bring up is in the 2013 conditions, we had something interesting here, and I know this is going to be very controversial. But in 2013, we said the commission views Soundview Lane as a cul-de-sac and therefore maintains that the integrity of the street and surrounding areas should not consider Soundview Lane as access to St. Luke's. And so Soundview Lane is the obvious, or down River Road are the obvious two other entries to the school campus. I mean, the school has purchased the two houses that are adjacent to those two.
In Deep Valley.
And I'm sorry, Deep Valley, not Deep River, Deep Valley. So, I mean, that would be, I mean, I guess I'm saying is that the commission's actually handcuffed them to prevent them from using Soundview Lane in our previous conditions.
To protect the neighbors.
To protect the neighbors, but there are neighbors on this side, there are neighbors on that side, so it's.
But
So, I mean, we can't amend that condition,
We have not.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out
You
there, because
can't-
I'm
you
just saying
can't,
that we're saying that we're handcuffing ourselves, but we actually did just handcuff ourselves in
I
2013,
would-
saying they can't have another egress.
you know, this,
I don't
I
think
understand the
that
point,
was
but you can't bring that
point.
up
That
at
was
this point in
protecting
the
the
process.
neighborhood.
Well, this is a condition in, we're saying, this is actually a reference in your conditions. You say 2013 conditions.
No, I understand, but I mean, it was never brought up in the public hearing, so again, the applicant and the public can't comment at this time about changing that condition, so it wasn't brought up as an idea during the public hearing, so you can't go and change it now.
It would have to be a,
I
it would
would-
have to be a component of a future application.
Yeah, telling people on a cul-de-sac, by the way, it's now a throughway to a institutional use, maybe a bridge too far.
No, that's not gonna happen. You know, there are other means that can be implemented in the intersection, the entrance into the school. You know, that can be widened, there can be signals. I mean, there's other means of mitigating the traffic. And, you know, that is really the fatal flaw in this traffic report, is that you've got all of these cars arriving at kind of the same time. And regardless, if they have an opportunity to pull into the school because the queuing has gone down and there's room, cars have to stop. There's cars leaving, there's cars arriving, they're turning left, they're turning right. It's a mess. It's a level of service F at the moment. And yes, it might improve somewhat to maybe a D, perhaps, but and when you remove parking spaces, you're going to make the problem even worse because your queuing is backing up. You're creating another problem. I like the idea of finding some way to control them or make them change the situation, but I'm not sure removing parking is going to do that.
So you're suggesting opening up egress?
Yes.
And I certainly would second that. The question is, what does that mean? And how is that done? And then who monitors it? Because it would need a monitor during high traffic times. And that's a whole different study, one that nobody has undertaken or even suggested, I think, until tonight.
That's not true, actually. I would argue that during the traffic commissioner's testimony, I specifically called out a different entrance to the school at the intersection of Briscoe. And the traffic engineer specified that they had not considered changing the entrance to the school. That basically that there would be a potential signal at Briscoe and there could be an entrance there, but they had not pursued it. So we did discuss it during that period of time.
A different space, a different spot than the current entrance.
Right.
Correct, yeah. So that was
Secondary
tabled.
entrance or a tertiary entrance?
No, just moving the entrance to the intersection of Briscoe where you could,
Signalized.
and having it signalized.
Moving it to a different.
So if you look at the visual here, here's the entrance today.
Okay.
The entrance would be shifted down here.
And the
And
the other entrance would be closed or still?
You know, anyways, point is that the traffic engineer did not explore any other change to the
Okay.
entrance.
But what does that change? I mean, they didn't look at it. Okay, that's good. So,
Well, but what you described, what someone said was it hadn't been discussed and hadn't been raised to the applicant and had been raised.
no,
and they chose
I
not
just
to
said that I
explore it.
think it's a fatal flaw that exists and it's removing parking is going to exacerbate it.
So you deserve a lot of credit for bringing it up before. I didn't remember that or realize that. But certainly egress, one form or another, two entrances, a wider entrance, whatever it be, as long as we don't just shift the problem to a different community. Because that's certainly not acceptable. But certainly exploring this issue is necessary.
But that's
But
not
it's
what's on
not-
the table.
It's not on the table. We can't explore that opportunity now because public commentary is closed, the application is closed. We're deliberating what's been presented to us.
Okay, if this fails, you wouldn't want to explore that.
Yes,
Well,
and
that's
that's
what I'm
that's the language we can put in here that we would require them to look at modifications to their ingress and egress to the site, different driveway configurations. We can put that down as conditions to the special permit as
what I-
triggers.
That's what I was proposing. I wasn't
Right.
saying within this application, we need
Okay.
now to change the language.
Gotcha.
I think going back to what we were saying before is if they feel like there's a little bit of pain to having queuing, they may go on and do that on their own right and
That's
say,
what
"Well,
I-
I got to figure out a new answer because removing the corral is just not an option." Now they're going to figure out how to
They're
do
gonna
it
figure it
themselves.
out.
And it's not us to figure out. We
Yeah.
just have to make sure there's enough pain that they have to go through that effort.
I would agree, Commissioner Benton, in that if this deal, if it happens, if this new structure does not work because of the maintenance of large queuing on the street, they gotta come up with something, and something could be another ingress or egress. Again, that's for them to figure out and present to this commission.
Mhm.
Great.
That's
a
why I
possibility.
recommend you don't put in specific language and just say that they have to come up with traffic mitigation measures, whether that's busing a second entrance, which I think would open up a whole other can of worms that was already opened in 2013 and shut by that Soundview Lane condition. So I
Yeah.
don't okay. I'm just using that as an example. Widening the driveway, you cross a stream, that's a whole new wetlands permit.
But
May
we
not
we
pass through.
shouldn't be specific.
That's exactly what I'm
So we're
saying,
saying
that,
traffic
because there are
mitigation
so many other
Exactly,
factors
yes.
that have to
Figure
be
something
considered.
out.
So,
Correct.
so from this whole conversation, are there any changes to 5 and 6? Because this has been a long conversation, but I haven't actually heard any changes other than maybe requiring that it's the increase of 30 students and faculty. Which, does that mean we're now making them report the number of faculty they have annually? Because right now we only have
Yes.
them require,
Yes.
Faculty, staff. Faculty is a subset of staff.
okay, so staff.
Because any kind of staff is going to be a person, more than likely, in a vehicle, getting into and out of the campus, creates traffic and a need for parking. So whether it's a student or whether it's a staff member of whatever designation or title, I would combine them together because I think that's where we're going with this, because they generate the traffic.
And
Okay,
I
so-
heard a specific suggestion with regard to parking, not in the garage, but elsewhere, that they would lose if they don't solve this. And I was satisfied with that. And that was a very specific way, other than using the enrollment mechanism, to use the parking lever. So I
Okay,
liked that.
so
The one that Dan proposed?
I think Dan's version was not lose, but would be appropriate to more holding. Wasn't that correct?
Correct. You're not losing it as,
Yeah.
you're losing it as parking, you're gaining it as queue area,
Which is
Which is-
actually a very good suggestion.
which is, the whole purpose of it is to relieve the pressure on North Wilton Road.
I like that.
okay, so in condition 5, I have for each cumulative increase in student enrollment and staff of 30 people. And then in 6, that language would go about converting, and you're talking specifically about the spaces across from the softball field right
Correct.
at the entrance?
Mhm.
Okay, so if you have specific language, you want to say that, I'm happy to type it, or
It's Commissioner
Think
Gers,
out loud.
on 6, on line 4, use the first word is enrollment again. Enrollment means students, and again, it's students and staff, so we need to change that. See, it says per 5A, which is
Yes,
changed to
okay, so-
students and staff, just to be
so-
consistent. And towards the end, it also says enrollment. Again, that would be altered to students and staff. One other point, wordsmithing, is the beginning on 5. It says conditions 5-7. I would say conditions 5-7 inclusive. There are all these arguments about, well, what's in between and all that. By saying inclusive, it becomes unambiguous. That includes conditions 5, 6, and 7.
How about,
And I like unambiguous language.
how about conditions 5 through 7?
Inclusive. Say inclusive, it eliminates it.
Sarah, if I'm reading this right, though, the only trigger
Lawyers would agree.
to a traffic
Yeah.
study is increased enrollment. Has nothing to do with the queuing on the street. If I read this right, you say if at any point the traffic study finds more than 5, but in number 5A, the traffic study shall be required if the cumulative increase. So
It's
we're not,
also required after after the CO is issued.
but that's a one-time event.
Okay.
This is going to be out there in perpetuity. So I feel like there needs to be some measure.
So,
once
and
or
again,
twice.
that's where to me as a staff person, if you think that there needs to be an annual, biannual review of this, is it an appropriate use on the site?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a check and
Okay.
balance.
Okay,
We do checks and balances on Grace
Yeah,
Farms.
Grace
We do checks and
Farms, my
balances
God.
on other institutions in town.
okay.
Now what the number is, once a year, twice a year, I don't,
What would you suggest? That's
Once a year.
if you did
once
once,
a year or
if you
twice,
did
or
once,
semi-annual?
you could do
twice a-
once a year unless there's increased level of complaints or something. I mean, that warrants it, but
So then do they need to be reporting enrollment then? If every year they need a traffic study? Because then it's just
Right.
every year they're
Every year there's a
submitting.
traffic study.
Mhm.
And basically
Which is
enrollment
reasonable
can
too.
increase if your traffic
Unless-
study
yeah.
shows there's a
I mean,
problem.
if you just do it
Correct.
in the fall and winter or fall and spring.
But the traffic or the enrollment's no longer the trigger for
Yeah,
the
each
traffic
semester.
study.
It's just every year there's a
Two would
traffic
be
study.
enough.
Well, this is Commissioner Chris.
Be annual or biannual or, I mean,
Well, should there be two triggers, Mr. Chairman? One is if you have enrollment and staff increase to a certain amount, that's a trigger for a traffic study to see if you have a problem.
mhm.
And if you don't have any change in that number, or it's below the trigger number, you do it annually.
Mm.
So it could be more frequently, and the more frequently would be driven by a trigger of increase in staff and enrollment. Because that triggers traffic, and therefore is more likely to be queuing issues than otherwise. That'd be the point I'd make, which I think addresses the how often point that Commissioner Benton properly brought up. It'd be one of the
I think
two.
the trigger is if you have a problem and you have complaints. I mean, we're still talking about enrollment, but the fact is you can add squash courts and all kinds of activities and the intensive use of the campus without necessarily increasing enrollment. That's why I very specifically said
It's true.
fewer cars on the campus is a pain point that they will have to address, and they'll come back with solutions.
Can I just
They could
ask,
have more
what's
buses, they could-
everybody's opinion in terms of a traffic study? Once a year or twice a year?
To me,
Once.
once a year is plenty. I like what John Chris said.
Okay.
At when the enrollment numbers or staff and student numbers increase by a certain amount, or once a year, whichever is the sooner.
So, I mean, we only get enrollment once a year, so it would just always be
year.
once a
Yeah,
year.
I guess once a year. It's probably simpler.
So I went to see in bullet 6, if you're looking for language, basically the use of the softball lot for corral until the problem is solved. And I don't know how you want to
Okay.
say
Yeah,
that,
but
but
do they lease some of that area out already, don't they? I
they
mean,
would have to stop.
Use of the what? The softball lot?
Isn't that what you called it?
No, semicircular lot directly opposite the proposed queuing area. There's 26, there's 26 spots.
you meant this one down here.
No. There's 26 spots in that semicircular area immediately opposite the proposed queuing area.
Mhm.
And it, just in terms of what we're trying to achieve, which is additional queue capacity to relieve any pressure on North Wilton Road, they lose those 26 spots and they become queue area, just like the other area.
Okay, and then, so I understand that that's like the immediate trigger, and I'll come back to that. Are we still asking them to come back to the commission? That's like, okay, you notice there's more than 5 cars, you have to open this up. Do they still have to come back to us with mitigation measures?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's immediate. Second level is that they're back to us, and then the third level is they can't increase their enrollment.
Correct.
That's kind of like the 3 levels. right?
Correct.
So, and you want to be specific on what area of the campus they have to lose the spaces on, or
Yes.
is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the semicircular, 26 spots, semicircular area directly opposite the proposed queue area. Queue corral.
Because to be enforceable, really the best enforcement is it's going to be obvious to all of us and all of the neighbors and all of them that why, we have a problem, therefore these are the spots. As soon as we solve the problem, you get those spots become a parking lot again.
Will there be resistance from the school, technically there shouldn't, because there is headroom in the parking count in the parking garage itself, that those 26 spots could be reallocated in there in order to satisfy the queue requirement.
Your suggestion is a much more elegant version of where I was
I
trying to
know.
go.
I know. No, I know where you were trying to go with it. I know where you were trying to go with it. I just, thinking through the logistics of trying to queue in the garage would be a complete disaster. Okay, let's go back to the conditions. So again, we're talking, this is the special permit approval with conditions. Why don't I go?
Can I just read what I have to make sure that
For
we're all,
which line?
for 5 and 6?
Yeah, go
based
ahead.
on, so, okay. Okay, so. If you all want to discuss other things for a few minutes, I'll make sure I have everything before I read it, so.
Are there
Okay.
other parts of this besides?
Well, why don't
conditions
we,
5 and 6?
why don't we go through it? Does everyone have a copy or on your screen? So this is the special permit approval with conditions. Now, we've got the front end of the resolution, which are items 1 through 17. I won't go through all of these. These are just the findings essentially of the applicant's proposal, the various pieces of the application that were submitted, what we found in terms of the traffic report, acknowledgement of, the wetland studies, et cetera, et cetera. But I would like to go through I'll read through each line item on the resolution and the specific items there. Numbers 5 and 6 is what Sarah's working on, is the second part here, which are items 1 through.
So I'm ready for 5 and 6.
1 through
Whatever.
11, is that right?
11, yeah.
Yeah, through 11. So the first one is all conditions of the March 26, 2013 special permit approval are still in effect unless otherwise explicitly stated in this resolution. Number 2 is St. Luke's is not permitted to have more than 300 designated parking spaces on the site without seeking a modification to its special permit. Number 3, on-site parking is only permitted in designated parking spaces. Temporary parking is prohibited, except on specific special event days such as graduation, in which case the zoning inspector shall be notified that parking will occur in non-designated parking areas.
Mr. Chairman, I have an issue with this point.
Mhm.
Special event days is not defined. So what's a special event day? You have a speaker. We have a sports event. We have graduation. We got what? So in effect, we have a defined term here that is not defined. And I just wonder that you're going to get creep on the definition of this, and suddenly you have a lot of things that are defined as special event days. So I worry about that. We think, Mr. Chairman, think about Grace Farms, where there are certain events we have designated in conditions where they may have more people and various other additional powers that are generally not allocated to them. I would say that this is something else. Otherwise, special event days becomes something they would define, and we may not agree.
So
That is
then
my
do
concern.
we limit it to specific days such as graduation and sporting events?
Which sporting events? They could have a sport event every week, and it becomes a weekly special day. Every day is Christmas.
Understood. I'm just throwing it out there. How
No,
would you,
I
how would you
understand.
limit it?
Your point. Okay, I will grant that graduation is a special event,
Mhm.
but they have not defined they haven't said anything that I recall about what special events are and would fall under this. Other than that, I would simply say, do we want to stick a pin in? You can have up to X number of special events that you decide, which you could then use those. But other than that, I'm not sure how you enforce this. This becomes a challenge.
Mhm.
Well, you could look at their existing calendar and look at their events and decide which ones
are special and not special.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it comes down to number 11, meaning I don't know that I could define perfectly event. 11 says that the relationship between St. Luke's and the neighborhood has grown increasingly tense as time has passed. With the issuance of this special permit, St. Luke's will be required to designate a staff member as the neighborhood liaison whose contact information will be given to the neighbors to register complaints, blah, 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 and a log. And the applicant shall submit to the commission that log of complaints registered by the neighbors and the complaints or lack thereof. And I think I'm putting a lot on that log, that we're going to see this log every year. And we're going to see the nature of the complaints. We're going to see whether Dr. Kavukian says that garbage truck makes noise at 4 a.m. in the parking garage, all the time. Or we're going to see, oh, they're parking on their tennis courts. Or we're going to start to see. I don't really see a way that we're going to anticipate something like too many events or too large an event from where we're sitting today.
I would suggest, Commissioner Engel, that the language here doesn't really encompass that, so they're only specified. So, for example, the contact person is for neighbors. Neighbors is not defined either. Is it abutting neighbors, or what is it? What is it? To register complaints related to, non-compliance with evening lighting requirements. That will be an ongoing thing. Okay. 2, security concerns related to the garage. An ongoing thing. Unclear what security concerns are, but it's just related to the garage. Next, noise complaints during construction. So that will have a terminus. So essentially, the only things that will be ongoing are either lighting issues or security concerns only related to the garage. That's it. So it's a fairly narrow scope of complaint. Is
I
that
wasn't very
okay?
articulate, but what I was saying is this is perhaps too narrow, that we're depending on
No,
this
I-
log
Yes, I agree with you. It's
to
narrow.
let us know whether it's working.
I mean, I brought up the issue of perhaps a neighborhood group, and I used Silver Hill Hospital and the neighborhood group there as an example that seems to be working, best I can tell. And whether it's inform or have for neighbors, or maybe inform a neighborhood group if the neighbors intend to have sort of a group as far as their point person. But I would see this as a little narrow as far as addressing some of the neighbors' concerns regarding St. Luke's. And that what I heard from the neighbors is that, I used to be able to call someone, and now I don't know who to call, and if I try calling, I don't get an answer. And so I think having a go-to person so that we don't end up people calling different people, and I'm not the right one, you should talk to so-and-so, which could be legitimate. We have a person to talk to. And to the extent the neighbors wish to have a neighborhood group, again, that would provide a point person for St. Luke's to talk to, so we don't have one of these herding cats issues. But again, that's for something else, but it still seems to be very narrow, so I'll just leave it at that. I agree with you, Commissioner.
Did you want to talk about 5, 6, and 7? Or
So
did you
I
want
thought we were going condition by
how far did
condition.
we
and
get
then
We
before
got
we
to
jumped.
3 and then jumped to 11. So do we,
We could just get rid of everything from accept and just
yeah,
say,
get rid of the special event days and graduation. Parking on site is limited to the designated parking spaces, period.
That would do it, Mr. Chairman.
For a code, okay. Strike it. Number 4, St. Luke's must utilize the new parking structure on the and corral for afternoon pickup queuing to prevent vehicle backups. Why afternoon? It's morning and afternoon. For daily pickup queuing, pickup and drop off.
for queuing.
Yeah.
Or and corral to prevent queuing, or to prevent vehicle backups. St. Luke's must utilize the new parking structure and corral to prevent
For-
vehicle backups on North Wilton Road.
Period.
Period.
Yeah, just get rid of the afternoon pickup.
I would agree with, I'm sorry, please.
Yeah. Didn't we just say that we didn't want to use the new parking structure for
Yes.
queuing? So I'm confused here.
No, so if you review the traffic study, if they don't utilize the garage, there will be spillover on North Bolton Road based on their traffic engineer's calculations. So that condition is meant to be clear that they have to use it, because if not, we're setting them up for failure in these conditions, because there will be queue more than 5 vehicles based on their own traffic study.
Okay, so how do they clear out the parked cars from the parking garage to use it for queuing?
That's up for St. Luke's to
Very
determine, but
challenging.
you could have
very
staff park there and they don't leave till after the queue's gone, but that's up to St. Luke's to determine.
And
Not,
there's going to be queuing at twice a day, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I don't see that they use the parking garage at all for parking. In that case, I'm not being an advocate or adversary. I'm just curious as to how this thing works. It doesn't make
And
any
then,
sense. to
and then
me.
you have special events.
Yeah.
People,
Could be 3 times a day. Yeah, I'd take that.
According to their St. Luke's traffic expert, the queue goes from 113 to 0 with the garage.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right, but you can't use the garage for parking if you're going to use it for queuing a few times a day.
Well, what
They
said is
didn't
that,
say
like,
they were
the,
using.
the queuing, the
can't leave.
queuing gets priority.
Right,
Right.
People that are parked can't get out.
yeah, they just have to wait, is what they said.
No, but, all right, so I'm reading this wrong then. It appeared to me that they were using the actual parking garage, the interior of the parking garage
No.
for queuing.
Just the
aisles.
It's
the
just the area you
aisles.
drive.
Okay, must utilize the new parking structure and corral. All right, but that's not what this says.
And corral, not as a corral.
No, but it says
Agreed.
utilize the new parking structure.
drive aisles, we could add in.
Yeah, it's the
We could add
path
in
through
the.
it.
But that's not
utilizing
what it
the-
says.
It says it to me. That's what I think it
So
says.
we
I
could
mean,
add
how else would
in
you
the
use it?
language, the new parking structure drive aisles.
Yes,
And,
now it says that.
okay.
Yeah,
we
to
can-
me, when I'm reading this, it says the parking structure itself.
What's the difference?
Difference is one's the access to the parking structure and the other is the parking structure itself.
Does the commission care how they use it if there's no queue on North Bolton Road, whether it's
Right.
100 of the parking spaces or just the drive aisle? Does the
This-
commission
this-
care?
It's up to them to figure out.
This is Commissioner Cruz, perhaps Commissioner Sverdlov, would this address your issue when we say St. Luke's must utilize the new parking structure and corral for queuing if needed to prevent vehicle backups on North Wilton Road?
Well, no, the crowd will be needed. I mean, that's determined.
But
But
it's also-
it's also the access to the parking structure that they're referring to here. They just don't say it. that way.
Well, by saying parking structure, there are drive areas in the parking structure and that may not be used unless people are moving in and out. They say, well, those could be filled also with queued cars in order to keep them off the North Wilton Road and they get dribbled out over time.
Again, I just don't see a distinction. I think the way we've worded it, which is that it'll utilize the new parking structure and corral, is sufficient. We don't have to get into the semantics of it's the new parking structures, egress or aisleways or.
Let's keep it this way. Guarantee you that this is going to get confused. And there's going to be a conflict between those cars parked in that parking structure and people trying to queue through that parking structure.
Again, that's
Not our
that's not our problem. They're representing that they can make that work.
All right, I don't understand how, but that's fine. We'll leave it this way.
Would you like me to read what I have for 5 and 6?
Yes, please.
Okay, so conditions 5 through 7 inclusive of the March 26, 2013 special permit are being modified in 2 ways. A traffic study shall now be required annually by November 15. B, after the certificate of occupancy is issued for the parking structure, queue length on the eastbound approach towards the St. Luke's driveway on North Wilton Road will replace level of service/delay as the metric that determines whether traffic mitigation measures are required and whether enrollment and staff may increase. Any comments before I go to 6?
Nope.
Okay.
Good.
6, an initial traffic study, including afternoon pickup queue length data, shall be submitted 1 month after the CO is issued for the structure or by November 15 if the CO is issued during the summer. Thereafter, traffic studies will be required as per 5A. If at any point a traffic study finds more than 5 vehicles queued on North Walton Road, St. Luke's will return to the commission for approval of traffic mitigation measures to reduce the queue. The semicircular area with 26 spots adjacent to the new corral shall be converted to temporary queuing area while the commission awaits proposed traffic mitigation measures by St. Luke's. Unless authorized by the commission, there shall be no additional increase in student enrollment and staff until the queue length on North Walton Road is no more than 5 vehicles.
Yep. I would drop the word initial increase, just say increase, superfluous, just say increase in enrollment and staff towards the end,
There will be no additional increase.
There'll be no additional,
as opposed to.
so just no
You said
increase.
initial,
No,
initial's
just
not in
drop
here.
Additional,
Drop additional?
yeah, just say shall be no increase.
There shall be no.
So whatever the
Okay, yeah.
number was,
I think the addition came
that
from.
gets frozen,
Yep, okay.
which I think is where we're going with this. Yep. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Number 7, the parking structure shall have no speakers, PA system, or illuminated signage in excess of what is required by the state building and fire codes. Item 8, the lighting within the parking structure shall be fully shielded and placed on timers and motion sensors. Except for required emergency lighting, the garage lights shall be dimmed to 50% brightness at dusk and turned off at 9 p.m. The structure will contain motion sensors for the lighting, which will be programmed after 9 p.m. to turn on only when motion is detected, and the lights will be programmed to shut off 10 minutes after no further motion is detected. The applicant shall certify to the commission by September 5th of each year thereafter that the timers and motion sensors are fully functioning. So on this particular item, one concern I have, and it's something that we reviewed and discussed at length on the country day school when they were doing their gym, is not just the light bleed and measurable foot candles at a property line, but it's the perceived visibility of light fixtures from adjacent properties. So you could be the neighbor, 1,000 yards away, but you still see that light where there used to be nothing but darkness, even though there's no measurable foot candles at your area. We had that problem with a neighbor across the street from Country Day School. Same issue here. My suggestion, and I brought this up during the previous meeting, is I think there's an opportunity here, given the design of this structure, that the applicant can easily provide a shield or a barrier, or for lack of a better description, a drop curtain that could be the entire length of the west facade, because that's where the visibility of the light is going to be the most prominent. It's not on the north facing their maintenance yard and the softball field. It's not on the south, because if you've been to the site, the topography of the south, it rises up from the southern edge of the football field into the neighboring properties. So those properties are actually looking down at the field. It's the western edge where you have properties that are either level with or slightly elevated, but are looking directly into the line of the garage. The way this garage is designed, it's got a 10-foot cantilever, or approximately, 8-foot cantilever of the deck beyond where the foundation and the lower level of the parking area is. The landscape drops off significantly from there. So, and it's wetlands, and you can't plant it, nothing will ever grow there. But because of that cantilever, and because of the way the garage is designed, you could easily drop a louvered screen or a valance or something off of that cantilevered edge that would completely block visibility into that illuminated parking garage. So when someone walks in there on a motion sensor at 11 o'clock at night because they forgot their keys and the entire garage lights up, right? And the neighbor across the street is now staring at an illuminated garage for 10 or 15 minutes or whatever it is, it gets rid of that factor. It's an easy add to the structure, and it can be designed in such a way that completely obscures visibility to those fixtures.
Agree.
It's a good idea.
I would add that.
Sympathetic.
So is this a new condition then?
It would be a
So
new condition after 8, so
After 8, okay.
number 9 is the new condition because it follows the issue of the lighting.
So do they have to come back administratively to get your approval for it? Is it something that
No, it's
I
a light-
approve
It's
or
a light
or
curtain.
it's just,
If it's effective.
I would say administratively, but I'd like to see what they're proposing somehow.
so I mean, it can be administratively approved by you all. It doesn't have to be
That's fine.
administratively approved by me.
I'd like
So
to do that.
do you want to be that specific, that you want some sort of louvered screen, or do you want to be
Doesn't
more
have to be louvered.
broad?
That's
Okay.
just an example.
It's an
Okay.
example. It
They-
has to be some sort of a shield,
A light shield.
a light shield, to describe it more generically.
Okay, so is this prior to the issuance of a building permit or
Oh,
prior
yes.
to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy?
Prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Okay.
We're not going down that road, the library road again.
You know, I don't think you need to make an extra paragraph out of this. I think you just need to go up to the first line of item 8. After it says lighting within the parking structure shall be fully shielded, comma.
Mhm.
Put your phrase in there that describes it being,
Yeah.
you know, whatever.
Yep.
Phrase of 4 words or less.
Mhm.
And then continue with the sentence. You don't need to have another paragraph.
So I would disagree. I think you want to have a condition specific to the timing and the motion sensors for the lighting, and then this proposed additional fixture screen should be its own condition, just to be abundantly clear.
That's fine.
So do you see
fine with
any
it either
wisdom
way.
in including a cadence that matches the 2013 lighting constraints? Because rather than, those are very specific and dictate certain times of day, et cetera. Is there
So
a way
that
to-
comes from what the applicant represented, the like timing of everything. That was what the applicant represented to you all of what they were proposing.
the 9 p.m.?
Yeah, and the motion sensor. So I just,
Okay.
you know, copied exactly what they had presented.
Okay.
Yep.
So you'll make a new line item 9.
Okay, so prior to the issuance of a zoning permit, the applicant shall return to the commission for administrative approval of,
Light shield.
Of a required light shield on the western, along the entire western edge of the proposed parking structure.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Chairman, what,
The
what,
western edge is sufficient.
Mhm. I think it is.
Mr. Chairman, what time should we have as far as the deployment of this, or is it just permanently up all
Oh,
the
it's a
time?
permanent, I see it as a
Up all the
permanent
time.
fixture.
what about the southern edge?
Like I said, the southern edge, if you've
So-
walked the site, it kind of rises up slightly to, what is the cul-de-sac up there? Soundview. It rises up slightly to Soundview. And the one house that has direct visibility to that back of the football field belongs to the school.
Oh, okay.
And the second house, which is slightly southwest of that, is on a bit of a rise above that area of the football field to where they're going to be looking down at the structure rather than into the structure.
Okay.
From what I could tell.
Okay.
Moving on, these will be renumbered by Sarah because we introduced a new number here, but I'll just keep going with the numbers we have. Number 9, the storage of vehicles overnight except for vehicles owned and operated by St. Luke's, comma, is outright prohibited.
Mr. Chairman, I would, as we have, I think, in the draft of the, we had originally the draft of the text amendment, say owned or leased, since many institutions lease vehicles as opposed to own them.
That's fine.
It would seem to be the same thing.
How about just
That's when they're,
operated?
Owned and leased and operated. Or just say operated by, you just say operated.
Yep.
Just operated?
Operated is
Yeah,
fine.
it's a good idea. Simple. So it's for their vehicles only.
Correct. Number 10, the applicant shall comply with all requests made by the First District Water Department of Norwalk in a memo submitted by their consultant, Weston and Sampson, dated February 23rd, 2024. Number 11, the commission recognizes that the relationship between St. Luke's and the neighborhood has grown increasingly tense and time has passed. Again, this is something we touched on earlier. With the issuance of the special permit, St. Luke's will assign a liaison who will be the contact person given to the neighbors to register complaints related to noncompliance with evening lighting requirements, security concerns relating to the garage, and noise complaints during construction. Zoning permit shall not be issued for the parking structure until proof of such communication system is in place, proof of such communication system and liaison is in place. I would add and liaison.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Chris again, I like this. I would make two narrow comments. One was a typical one, whose is WHOSE. And just will be given to neighbors to register complaints, period, and just leave it at that. I think one of the issues with that, with the neighbors, has been there have been a complaint issues when no one to talk to. And here it's circumscribing what they can complain about and what gets logged in. I would say complaints, period. I would also add, well, we may need to define who the neighbors are. Do you want to say abutting neighbors, so forth? I would also say that to the extent the neighbors wish to form a neighborhood group, which happened with another institutional use, that would be the point person, as opposed to all the neighbors. It would be, we're not going to talk to these 9 neighbors. I'm picking a number 9, but we're going to talk to that person. It's their responsibility to talk to the people in their group. Whether that happens or not is, we'll see what happens. But if it does happen, this would be in place. That's just a thought on clarifying this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got that?
So as long as the commission agrees and, so I, delete the language about what they can complain about.
Right, just
Do
leave
you
it as
want to
register
specify
complaints.
that the neighbors can create a neighborhood group, or
No.
does it need to be said?
I don't.
No,
That's
just,
beyond us.
I think it's given
Want me to
to,
read back?
it should be whose contact information will be given to the neighbors or a neighborhood representative.
I mean, do you want to say the neighbors within 100 feet, because that's what the special permit notices go to?
Yeah, I think that's fair, because that's where the water test is also, right, the well testing.
We haven't gotten to that condition
We haven't gotten
yet.
to the yet, but that's the criteria for that.
Okay, so will be given to the neighbors within 100 feet
Mm-hmm.
of the St. Luke's campus.
Mm-hmm. And just to finish that paragraph, register of logs registered by the neighbors and the complaints resolution or lack thereof. Yeah, that's fine, by September 15th. So 2 other potential conditions that were partially discussed and sent to Sarah. Number 1, or A, St. Luke's shall pay for well water testing to confirm the wells are potable for all properties within 100 feet of 377 North Wilton Road who request such testing prior to the removal of the existing turf field. Well water testing shall continue to confirm potability for an additional 5 years on an annual basis at the expense of St. Luke's for said properties that elected to do the initial well water test. So that's the language, but if you've got the text in front of you, what does the commission do if an adjacent neighbor's water isn't potable? And how do we confirm that the cause is the turf field or St. Luke's? quite a
Yeah, I really think
couple of
this
ifs here.
opens a whole can of worms that we're not in a position to really be able to manage as a planning and zoning commission. That's just my 2 cents.
Mhm.
My only 2 cents on this one is it just gives the neighbors data. We're not here to police it. We're just here to say there's gonna be a test done right after the field, and it'll be test done for 5 years. If you have issues, they can handle it. We're just giving them data points.
Yeah, but it puts St. Luke's in a position of liability that's unproven. I mean, by forcing them to do the testing, you're basically presuming that they may be the cause of the problem. And
No.
that's complicated. And why would the applicant agree to set themselves up to be sued by the neighbors for water potability issues? And furthermore, that really has nothing to do with planning and zoning.
Fair point.
Mhm.
Are you against the clause entirely, or should there be one at the starting point? So
I
there's
just, I
listed
think it's
baseline
way
or just
beyond
complete
our
removal?
purview, in my opinion.
I think that the, as I remember, help me remember, but I remember the neighbors complained that they didn't have access to the data. It wasn't frequent enough. It was at the locations of St. Luke's choosing. I think that the chief complaint of the neighbors was that the water testing was private to St. Luke's, and they just wanted to know. So to your point, I think we have to start with more transparency and perhaps a little bit more control, that the neighbors can say, we don't want you to only measure it at this one point of entering the campus and one point of egress on the campus. We'd like more tests, and maybe at the neighbor's expense, but the neighbors want more information, essentially.
Right, so the neighbors can test their own water, but asking an applicant to go
But they'll
onto
also want-
private property to test someone else's water is
They want,
inherently problematic.
well, if let's say I'm a neighbor and, I just got a water test back on a property, and there was probably 20 things being tested, and the bacteria levels were elevated. If I got back an elevated bacteria level, I'd want to know whether the St. Luke's was also elevated for bacteria or forever chemicals or for minerals. I'd want to know if there was any, so I'd want to know the specifics of their water test and where they were being done. And I'd want to know whether they were testing on a place that could be affecting my well.
But would you
I would
ask all
just
your
want to
other
know
neighbors?
these things.
I mean, would you ask the other 15 people that live around you? I mean, just because St. Luke's is an institutional use, like why?
Because
that?
St. Luke's, unlike all the other neighbors, has a whole heck of a lot more runoff coming off of their property. They're the only ones being asked, what about all this runoff? Is it being sufficiently filtered? That's the difference between St. Luke's and the average neighbor.
But if, just playing devil's advocate, if the neighbors test the water now or later, St. Luke's does the same for their property, and both of them a year from now see an elevated percentage of something, mineral or
Right.
whatever it is. How do you prove that it's coming from St. Luke's
No,
property
to his
or upstream?
I'm just saying that we have to take out language here that says, potable or not potable. Because that's a standard that we're not responsible for.
But then why
We're
do we have
responsible for making sure that you enough testing in enough places and make it available to all. That there's just more transparency. That's all I'm asking for.
So would it be sufficient to have St. Luke's test on their property once a year for the next 5 years and supply the results to the liaison for the neighbors?
So
Yeah.
they already test, I believe it's more than annually, and they have to submit it to the State Department of Health, which, since it's being submitted to a governmental agency, is public
Public knowledge.
information, so.
But
That's
Mr.
already
Green
been
pointed
straight
out
up.
that they're not testing at the places necessarily that are of interest to the neighbors.
So that was, I think you're talking about the stream and the testing of the
Yeah.
water, but
I'm thinking about the stream.
wells, we're talking about the ground aquifer, which is different.
I thought that the stream affected the wells.
Again, I think
Some
this is way beyond our area of
Yeah.
expertise.
I just want more testing and more transparency. Is I think that is the limit of our responsibility.
So how would you craft a condition?
Well, St. Luke shall pay for well water testing. And I would take out the language to confirm the wells are potable for all properties within 100 feet. I mean, I would take those words out. They shall pay for well water testing.
Well, water testing of their own property?
Yeah, yeah, and make it available to the others.
But how do we make sure it's at the places the neighbors want it to be?
I think I think the neighbors have already shown interest in the stream and the runoff from the field.
Is the stream the purview of planning and zoning or the Inland Wetlands Commission?
Right.
Good point.
And was there a condition like this in the inland wetlands permit?
No.
I don't know the answer to that. Are you saying that that's something inland
So-
wetlands will take care of?
No, they've already voted. And their conditions
just-
didn't include anything about testing water,
Their-
which is their purview.
And their finding was that the proposed application was not going to have an adverse impact on the wetlands, which includes the stream.
I just think with well water testing, everything associated with well water testing is outside our purview. We're just outside our guardrails here.
Okay.
You know, there's inland wetlands, there's the first taxing district with their requirements for the reservoir, there's state
How about the
regulatory
testing of the
agencies.
water off the structure? That's not a wetlands issue. That's the water coming off the structure into the drainage system to know, what it is.
But isn't it being filtered in the drainage system?
We don't know. What
And
if
then
the
it's-
filter is not maintained? What if it's not adequate? What if the standards change with the EPA or the EPA and the WHO don't agree? I mean,
So those were the requirements from the first taxing district. That was
Right.
their requests. And in wetlands, I believe they have a condition about a stormwater management maintenance agreement that has to be filed on the land records.
And that maintenance agreement includes testing?
So St. Luke shall provide a stormwater maintenance agreement to the town engineer for review. Upon acceptance of the stormwater maintenance agreement by the town engineer, St. Luke shall record the maintenance agreement with the town clerk's office. So reports documenting adherence to the stormwater management operation and maintenance plan shall be filed on an annual basis to the town engineer. That's
So is there
those are the
annual
conditions.
testing as part of that?
There's no water testing requirement from inland wetlands decision, but that condition of a stormwater maintenance agreement will ensure that the system's properly maintained and that turf isn't getting caught in the system.
it's not enough for me, I gotta say. And I think I have two important conditions, as you say, I can only vote for a text amendment if I think the conditions are strong enough. And the conditions are, we fix the traffic problem and we give, more assurance to the neighbors than they have gotten in the past. I gotta get something. I don't care what inland wetland says. I gotta get the fact that you've got a football field full of artificial turf and you're running that water off. We're responsible for the water coming off that field to at least test it.
No,
And make that
We're not
available.
responsible for that.
We are responsible for that structure if we approve that structure,
We are
in my
not
mind.
Planning and zoning is not responsible for the quality of the water of the discharge of the system.
I agree.
Let's
but
be
it-
absolutely
but this
clear.
doesn't seem to, they're not doing it. And so it's important enough to me. I listen to enough hysterical neighbors who are not getting resolution elsewhere that this is getting tested. It's important to me.
So how would you craft the language?
I would require that the water coming off of that drainage water be tested and made available to the neighbors. You're right. I'll concede that I can't test the inland wetlands or the streams. That's not part of us. But I do believe that the water coming off of that structure we have to test to make sure that that the filtration is working and that the promise we've basically made to these neighbors that it is filtered and managed, is, that covenant is in place.
So the water coming off of the stormwater system is flowing directly to the wetlands.
Mhm.
So
I'd like to
it
know
will
what's
be
going
testing.
into the wetlands.
But so, again, to me, that sounds like the purview of the Inland Wetlands Commission, because if it were bringing contaminated water, like contaminated water going into the wetlands is a concern of the Inland Wetlands Commission. They've made their decision and they made their conditions. If you require that they test that, what do you do with that information?
Yeah, make it
What is-
available to the neighbors, and then the neighbors would have to complain if they don't like the quality of the water coming off of that, going into the wetlands. I understand that your problem with, with this, but the fact that inland wetlands didn't requirement doesn't mean we shouldn't.
So John,
Yeah, but
we lose your vote on this approval if we don't do this, if we don't include this.
That includes something.
Because I think you lose my vote on this approval if you do include it.
Okay.
I think it's completely outside our guardrails.
Any testing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
water
are not
testing.
responsible for water quality on any application ever. Period.
Even on an extraordinary structure that we just
It's
approved.
outside our purview. We do not vote on, manage, deliberate water quality. We listen to applicants who bring to
I'm not
us.
enforcing a standard of water quality. I'm enforcing a standard of testing.
But it's going to trigger.
Maybe nothing at all.
I think it sets
It's
off a
just-
potential whole chain of who's liable.
Yeah.
And by asking someone to initially do the testing, you're basically suggesting that they might be liable. And I think that you're gonna get us sued.
Mhm.
Why would we get sued for requiring more transparency?
Because the applicant's not going to agree to that condition. And they have the right to appeal and sue us. That's what the appeal is.
I
Well, we
think
don't know
it's-
that. I'm just saying that would be my guess. If you made that was the path you decided to go down.
Anyone else? Am I wrong? Is
I
it
mean, I
important?
started the conversation, but I didn't think about the lawsuit piece, and that, I think there's validity to that. You set a
Commissioner-
precedent.
This is Commissioner Curtis, I'm not sure about the lawsuit for example, assuming that the text amendment passes and the special permit is issued, they're going to be happy with that. I don't think they're going to get worried about this. Frankly, it's not going to be worth their time.
To sue us.
Yeah, for that particular issue.
So instead of speculating about who's going to sue who, let's focus on making the best decision based on the special permit criteria and based on the application we have in front of us and what's best for the town based on what's in the zoning regulations and the special permit criteria.
Agreed.
So based on that and your comments, I don't think we have a vote on testing.
No. I think the language that Sarah read from the Wetlands Commission ruling, specific to the first taxing district's maintenance agreement and requirements that have already been satisfied by the applicant in terms of design changes, modifications to the system to make sure it's filtering properly as designed, as approved by the people who control the reservoir. I think that should give some certainty as to the validity of the system that's being proposed and the certainty of a maintenance agreement moving forward that it will be maintained to operate properly. We can't force them to do anything different. So,
Go to potential condition B.
potential condition B. St. Luke's is limited to no more than 280 designated parking spots on site. Any surface level parking spots that will exist in excess of 280 spots as a result of the construction of this parking structure shall be removed and either restored as landscaped areas or restriped to create additional on-site corral spaces for pickup prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The commentary from Sarah is we will need to reconsider condition 2 if this condition is desired. Commission will need to consider what substantial evidence and record there is to back up the 280 parking spots is the right number versus their proposed 300.
We also contradict ourselves internally because we say 300 in another document, another part of another document.
Yeah, in condition 2,
Right.
that's why we have to.
So we have to pick one number or the other.
Yeah, correct.
Well, the 300 is what's represented by the applicant, correct?
Yeah, so 300 would be if they, convert the spots into 45 corral and then construct the parking garage as is. You figured out the math in the last meeting. It's 300 parking spots will exist on the site if the garage is
And that
constructed.
300 number includes no parking in the tennis lot.
Correct.
Tennis courts.
Correct.
I think well, let me read this again because so if this were to change to 300, limited to no more than 300 parking
I think
spots,
we don't need the condition at all.
then we don't need the
This was
condition at all.
specifically for the commissioners who had brought up wanting to limit it below.
That's fine. So go back to condition number 2, sorry. Honestly, on the site without seeking a modification special permit. Do we need to stipulate no parking on the tennis courts?
We already did that in 3 on-site.
I see that in 3 in the fact that it's only designated parking spots, but
I would, Mr. Chairman, if we leave 3 in, just use the first sentence. On-site parking is only permitted in designated parking spaces, period. That eliminates the tennis court issue.
I know, but if they come in and restripe the tennis court for parking spaces, then it's a designated parking spot.
They're limited to 300 spaces.
How did the 280 get arrived at? Is that?
So
wasn't
just
that the-
in re-listening to the tapes, I heard 250 thrown out, 280 thrown out. I just chose one of the multiple numbers I heard.
That was based, I think, Dan, if I recall correctly, based on the conversation where you kind of built up the staff and the students and then gave a buffer.
Yeah.
I have that. It's 140 faculty currently, 80 seniors, which is 220.
Sarah, on a pro forma basis, assuming that the new parking structure was what, 177 spaces?
77.
7. They get 177 spaces and some are limited with the corral. Okay, you add it all up, how many pro forma spaces there are again, remind me?
100.
Exactly,
301.
301. Okay, so you lose one space, okay. So 300 spaces. So that one goes away. So essentially they're maxed out. Once this is done, that's it.
Unless they come back.
Unless they come back and ask, yes.
Like
But
it's
for the time being, you're maxed out on parking.
Yes.
And so, Mr. Chairman, what that means is that on-site parking can only be in designated parking spaces. They only get 300 spaces, and that's it.
Mhm.
And a designated space is not the tennis court.
yeah,
So I think that issue gets sorted, is my take on this.
Well, but I think the issue that I see is that you're taking away 60 spots on the tennis court, but adding 177. So you're, in theory, giving them an extra buffer of 80.
you are. I'm just trying to, I feel like we need to put a sentence in there to address the fact that the tennis court cannot be used as parking, just to eliminate any gray
Temptation.
interpretation of what a designated spot is. That's all.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that.
So are we
Belt and
not
suspenders, but I'm
moving
okay with
forward with option or potential condition B and we're sticking with 300?
Which one are you looking
I
at?
think
Number
we should
2?
go with the 280.
Oh, okay, you
I'll
think
say that.
we should go with the 280?
But that
Well,
forces them to get
but-
rid of parking.
But no, the 301 number is correct
Yeah.
in that they have, without the corral, which is now going to be the queuing corral, they have 124 spots on site.
Correct.
And they're adding 177 in the
Just
parking garage,
301.
which gives you the 301.
Yep.
Right, so the 300, 301, 300, that's the correct number we should use.
Okay. Commissioner
you saying
Herring just
280?
disagreed, but
Why?
I just think it's excess parking. I just think adding 80 spots in addition to.
But
what
that's
the
what they,
required.
but that was their application. That was their application, and we went through that in terms of identifying the 124
That was
number.
the ask.
And they'll lose it if they're, if
So,
We're taking away that semicircle.
Yeah, the 26.
if they fail.
If they can't
Which
keep
gets
the
us to
queue down
your-
below 5, they lose the
that,
26.
that's the penalty clause,
Right,
right?
but so that brings them down to what?
275.
275, whatever it is. But the ask was for the 300, and we at no time said we're gonna take away, regardless of the penalty clause, we never said we're gonna take away this many spots because you have too many in the garage.
Mr. Chairman,
We
is it-
didn't go down that road. I think, I don't know if it was myself or someone threw out, there's I'm not gonna call it up again, but there was the sort of the angled parking area just as you come in from the driveway, that first zone. Well, do we make them take that away because they're getting all this excess space? But we never went down that road fully.
Well, I mean, I discussed it, but I mean, I don't know what we need to do to go down that road. I don't understand what is like valid to discuss. It's confusing to me as to whether, if a point was raised during a meeting, whether that precludes it being discussed further, but I think it's important to kind of highlight, okay, if you are gonna restrict the parking to that amount, like we do at Grace Farms or whatever, where we bus them. I think a couple people have said, hey, if we increase the parking 80 spots, that will allow juniors to drive, that'll like basically create more traffic. And I thought there was some, I'm trying to get a little more agreement across the group here. I think there were 3 people that were against voting for this because they felt like, okay, adding 80 spots across 220, effectively almost, 40% more parking would actually go ahead and increase driving. But so I was thinking that there might be an opportunity there to get more people on board. But if you don't think, if we,
To be fair, their explanation was they've got 140 faculty and staff. They've got 80 seniors, which gets us to the 220 number. And above and beyond that, they wanted the headroom, the additional headroom in the overall parking count for visitors, speakers, parents that might have PTA days, additional essentially visitor spots available that they could use.
30% more.
Or
Yeah.
juniors.
It's a bigger number, for sure. But what's the right number?
I just think 30% buffer is a lot, but it's my point of view, but
So Commissioner Herring, you want to move the number down then from 300?
if that's gonna cause issue, I can. I think if your point is, I think, if you're saying that if the queue is more than five cars on North Wilton Road, that they lose those parking. I mean, I just can't see a scenario it wouldn't be more than 5, honestly. So, I mean, I think that's gonna happen, but, so maybe that's my logic. That I'll go ahead with the 300, but if as long as you can commit to the enforcement of more than 5 cars, that they lose that.
That's what we wrote.
Okay.
Can I just say for the future, doesn't really help us right now and it's 11 o'clock, but if we have an application and a lot of the commissioners don't find the traffic engineer or frankly, any expert that speaks to us to be compelling, we have the ability to ask the applicant to hire another person. We can have a third-party review of that on our behalf. And given the number of people that have brought up their concerns or not full belief in the traffic study tonight, I really wish that was something that we had done. But it's too late now, but I'm just putting that out there for the future. Take it under consideration.
Talking, talking about the future, I have to get to something now in a very close future. So I'm going to have to continue this online. Can I switch over to online? Is that possible technically?
Yeah,
Just by tapping on the
yep, you can.
Dial in. Yeah.
dial-in number? Okay, thanks.
And again, the commission has to vote tonight. There's no
Yeah,
extending.
I'll be
so-
there. I'll be able to vote. I just have to, unfortunately, I have a conflict right now.
Okay. So, sorry, going back to this item B and the parking spots, we are going to rephrase item condition 3.
On-site parking is only permitted in designated parking spaces. Temporary parking is prohibited, is how it is currently written.
Right.
So you would like to include language excluding the tennis courts.
I would like to include language excluding the tennis courts, and do we add the 300 in item number 2? We'll leave that item number 2 the way it is, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so how do you want to change?
On-site parking is only permitted in designated parking spaces, temporary, in designated parking spaces, period. Temporary parking is prohibited except, we're gonna leave out the except
Yeah.
on special dates. Temporary parking is prohibited anywhere on the campus.
I think that covers it.
Yeah, personally, I think it's clear enough.
That's fine enough?
As is.
Okay,
So it'll just be, there won't be a period, it'll just be parking is in designated parking spaces, comma, temporary parking is prohibited.
that's fine.
What was the terminology that you used at Grace Farms that things that were in excess of 200 that required, shuttling or whatever to
Mhm.
satellite?
It
That
was
was
for events that were over a certain
Yeah,
number
for-
of people.
And that was something the applicant had actually come to us and suggested and made part of their application. Because they
Wasn't a
knew
requirement. They proposed it.
they proposed it.
And then it became a condition.
They proposed traffic, traffic officer at the entrance, the shuttle buses back and forth to Vista. They set up a lease agreement, parking spaces up in Vista, to be able to use it during special events. They structured all of that. Okay, so that's special permit approval. Do we need, commissioners, do we need to dive into the special permit denial? Honestly, there were no conditions on the denial, it's just the findings. No one had submitted anything specific on the denial side. So are we comfortable moving forward with the text amendment approval and the special permit approval
Yes.
as currently described and currently amended in terms of the language? Okay.
You want to discuss the interveners
Get
resolutions
there. I'm
before
just
you
making,
vote?
is
or-
Mr. Swerdlow online yet? Do we know?
I believe he is. There's no waiting room anymore, so
Oh, there's no waiting.
he should have been able to join. I can check the iPad. It was almost
Yeah.
dead, so I can
I
go
just-
back and check.
Yeah, let's just check.
I mean, do you want to just speak to him and see if he answers?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Swerdlow, Commissioner Swerdlow, are you online? It's a no.
So I mean, if he's not active, he just shouldn't vote.
Well, that's where I'm going. Before I go any further, I want to
Yeah.
make sure he's active. If he's not, then he drops.
He drops.
Yeah.
I see a phone number.
That's probably it.
Off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. I'll check in with Mr. Swerdlow in a few minutes and see if he's dialed in. The other item we have to discuss is the notice of intervention resolution, both for the special permit application and the text amendment. Now, Sarah, they're both identical effectively,
They
right?
are identical. It's just, Attorney Gelderman advised that we have two separate ones since they intervened on the special permit and the text
Mhm.
amendment, but they say the exact same thing.
And I do need to read through them.
When you do the official motion, yes, so you may just want to discuss, and
Yeah.
then when it's ready for a formal vote, then.
So, Commissioners, you hopefully have a copy in front of you. Again, the text amendment version and the site plan, special permit and site plan are identical except for the first line. So we have, the additional findings, discussion about exhibits, all of the verbal testimony and submitted information documented here. Various members of the town staff, all the letters that have gone back and forth, Norwalk First Tax District with the peer
So,
review information.
Sorry to jump in, Commissioner Radman, but I'm just looking through the participants, and Commissioner Swordlow has dropped off, so I would just recommend that he's.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, you are.
Now we can. Okay.
Hear you.
Okay, I had a problem before, but I redialed and now it's okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lovely. Good.
And then item 10, we have item 9 was the first taxing district information, and item 10 in here was the interveners, all of the testimony and documentation that they provided on their part. So the resolution language on the last page. Upon motion of such and such commissioner and seconded, the commission finds that the intervener has not proven that the applicant's current and/or proposed conduct is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. More particularly, the commission finds that the intervener has not set forth sufficient credible and quantifiable evidence to prove the allegations set forth in their notice of intervention. Based upon the evidence in the record, as referenced in the above resolution, the current and proposed activities will not have the effect of unreasonably impairing or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. These allegations in the verified petition were not, in fact, supported by the intervener's consultants. So that's the big question. Does everyone agree with that statement?
Commissioner Cruz, I would just point out that I found the professor from, I think it was Northeastern University, whose name I can't remember, so apologies,
Mhm.
who has studied water, particularly among fish in the Pacific Northwest. It's been my experience, having fished for salmon and trout, that they are highly sensitive. It's sort of a canary in the coal mine.
Mhm.
And that, for example, if you look at water quality in a stream or a lake, if you have salmon and trout that can live there well and also breed, that's pretty much the litmus test that everything is okay in that waterway. And so when he mentioned that some of the damage to those fish because of some of these chemicals, it landed with me a bit. So I'm still wrestling on how much weight to put on that. But I found his statements credible, exactly how to weigh them against the other information I'm still wrestling with. But I wouldn't dismiss that validity out of hand. That's sort of my thought on that.
Well, to be the devil's advocate on that, and what I found contradictory about his testimony was that was the study that he performed for the location in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle area, or wherever it was, right?
Not around here.
Not around, no, but he did one around here. There was a study for
That's true.
in an area in Massachusetts where they were measuring the pollutants discharged into the water system. And we specifically asked them if there was any effect on the fish and wildlife, and the answer was no. So,
But I thought the no answer was based on the fact they didn't really do that study to determine. I think he made a statement that they didn't, that they didn't test for that kind of pollutant on the fish.
but if you're trying to prove a point that a pollutant's having an effect on the wildlife, why wouldn't you? Right?
Well, professors study what they're going to study. You're not sure what funding he had
Yeah.
to do this, and it could have been the funders wanted them to look at this issue rather than that issue, but I feel at a minimum, we have to discuss the pros and cons of this in order to come to a conclusion. So I'm trying to, in part, sort of voce trying to do that, but I can't just dismiss the intervener's comments out of hand as just, a non-starter.
No, understood, but I think.
That's a point I would least make, Mr. Chairman.
But I think what did it for me was the intervener's argument was that the system as designed and submitted by the initial system that was designed and submitted by the applicant did not sufficiently filter the pollutants to preserve the integrity of the water system, right? And the applicants, based on the intervener specifically recommended a particular testing agency, I forget the name, buried in here somewhere, testing agency to do that water testing and evaluation. And the first tasking district of Norwalk, as part of the submittal to them, required that same testing agency to do an analysis and report on the submitted system. And they came back and said, as long as these 2 or 3 changes are made to that system, then we're good with it, and we believe it will satisfy our conditions for water integrity. So the system as submitted is exactly what the consultant for the water district that was recommended by the intervener had recommended to change to in order to maintain its effectiveness. I don't see what else you can do. I don't know, commissioners, any further point on that? Mr. Engel?
I mean, like Mr. Chris, I am, I'm stuck between the fact that you tell me I have to live within, stay in my lane when I ask for testing. And yet, I looked online today, not because of this application, but because of the water tests we're doing on wells on the west side of town. And they're talking about forever chemicals. And so I looked and I found that Aquarian says, yeah, we've been in compliance since 2019, no problem. And yet there's several class action suits active right now saying, I know that you think 10 parts per
So
trillion.
again, this isn't evidence in the record. You
No,
shouldn't
I know,
be.
but you're asking me what I think, and I'm just saying, so I'm reading
You shouldn't
about the
be
very fluid nature of the standards of water quality testing in Connecticut, and the fact that Aquarian, the state, don't always agree, and that there's all kinds of lawsuits. So I'm troubled for the same reasons Mr. Chris is troubled when you say that we can't test and find out what the baseline is. We have to basically accept what the first taxing district says. So if that's the rule that they set the standard, for how much filtration is enough, and that's what I'm hearing you say, then that's, and that's my limit, then that's my limit.
I guess I would say they're the experts. They provide water to 40,000 people. So for us to sit here and think we know more than them, I agree with you. I think the science is changing, and I think, you know,
Mhm.
the future will be
Yeah.
different than the present. But for me to sit here today and say, I know more than the first taxing district of Norwalk, I can't say that.
And we can't act on something that we don't know.
Right. I hear you.
But if I can mention, there were 8 consultants that did reports about, you know, the impact to the wetlands and to the environment. We've got the first taxing water district. I mean, that's one. I don't see the evidence that 1 or 2 people that are organizations that come up with a statement that we're okay with the water, the testing. And yet the intervener's got 8 experts that have proof and have come forward, and it's on the record. I'm missing something. What?
Well, the first taxing district is an abutting neighbor within 500 feet. And like I said, I mean, so they're like local on the ground, right next door. And the people the interveners brought in, a lot of them weren't local and right next door, and obviously not talking and not charged with providing drinking water to 40,000 people in the neighboring town. If the first taxing district doesn't have a bigger issue than this, I don't know how we can. Like, I don't understand. They've got a lot of responsibility on their shoulders for making sure the water's okay. And, you know, I assume they take their job seriously. I would hope they take their job seriously. So I have to defer to them on that, just the same way I feel like I have to defer to the traffic engineer on traffic issues.
So again, remember as you're weighing the testimony that the language and statute for burden of proof and what you're trying to weigh right now for this decision for the legal intervention is the evidence that was brought by the intervener, does it explicitly suggest that an unreasonable impact will be had to the environment, the air, the water? And so, you know, you're talking about the coho salmon study, I think it was.
That's one.
Does just that one as an example, you know, if you're saying it has a compelling argument, does it prove that the activities proposed by St. Luke's are going to have an impact on the environment that exists at St. Luke's? And that's what you're weighing, not whether it is or isn't necessarily compelling to the issue as a whole, but does it prove that there is going to specifically be an impact at St. Luke's?
If the commission decides that the answer to your question, Ms. Carey, is a yes.
Yep.
That means what?
That means that they have met their burden of proof and that the proposed construction and plan by St. Luke's will have an adverse impact to the environment. Which then if you think that there is an adverse impact to the environment, you either need to have conditions on the approval that mitigate
Mitigating.
that, or you have to deny it because there's no solution to those environmental
Okay,
impacts. So
Thank you.
just to remind everyone of what the scope is here.
So it's either mitigation or no, in effect.
And what conditions of mitigation are acceptable?
So you don't put conditions on a notice of intervention, it's just they either met their burden of proof or not, and then you go from there. But again, at the last hearing, and, you know, obviously opinions are, you know, supposed to change, but I was only charged with writing a note or a decision that they did not meet their burden of proof. So if you're flipping, we have a lot of work we're gonna have to do tonight to update that, which if we have to do that, we have to do that.
Commissioners?
Commissioner Chris, again, we've had any number of applications that are the battle of the experts. And in some cases, we've had to side with one set of experts against another in applications. And we have to do that here too. I can't say that the people brought by the interveners are not expert. I mean, I cannot dismiss that. Do we think that their arguments are as compelling as other experts? This is something that we need to weigh. I'm always a bit skeptical on some experts. I mean, I'm an old guy. I still remember when they had DDT trucks rolling through the streets, and DDT was fine. So I've seen a lot that was approved too. So I'm always a bit skeptical on these things. On this, at a minimum, I feel that the interveners and the interveners experts needed a fair hearing by the commission and have it discussed properly and not simply dismissed out of hand, which I think we've done. We just, Mr. Chairman, sort of need to stick a pin in an answer on this one. I have no further comments on this.
Commissioners, anything further? So should we take a vote on this to start?
Sure.
So why don't we go through this? We'll take a vote on the interveners motion here, whether or not they
Does
have.
anyone want to take a break really quickly before we vote? Does anyone need a break?
Sorry?
Does anyone need a break before we go into voting mode?
No.
Okay.
11:14?
checking.
No.
We could do it maybe afterward, after we vote these two.
Two votes?
Yeah, so again, there are two resolutions for the intervention because they intervened on the text amendment and the special permit. You don't have to read all of both because they are essentially the same other than finding number one. So there will have to be two motions and two votes,
But I
but
can read it once
and
the
then,
first time.
yeah.
Whole thing, right?
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Sit back, everyone.
And we have to read the whole thing for each of these. I feel.
Yeah. So we'll start with the interveners resolution. Then we'll go to the text amendment resolution, and then we'll go to the special permit resolution. So, intervener resolution. Planning and Zoning Commission received the text amendment application at its meeting on October 24th, 2023. Number two, the commission received a verified notice of intervention from Attorney Joel Green dated January 25th, 2024, and amended on February 20th, 2024 on behalf of Sarah Pierce of 729 Laurel Road pursuant to Section 222A-19 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Number three, pursuant to Section 22A-19 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the commission must find whether the interveners met their burden of proof in showing that the application will cause unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in the air, water, or natural resources of the state. Number four, 4 public hearings were held to accept testimony and evidence and to receive comments from the public on December 19th, 2023, January 30th, 2024, February 20th, 2024, and March 26th, 2024. Number 5, the commission received numerous and lengthy exhibits while this application was pending and heard from numerous speakers while the public hearing was open. Number 6, the commission deliberated on the application on April 24th, 2024 and May 28th, 2024. Number 7, the commission received a memo dated December 4th, 2023 and amended March 22nd, 2024 from Maria Coplet, the town engineer, Department of Public Works, the town of New Canaan, regarding her review and comments and the application while the application was pending. Number 8, the applicant provided verbal testimony and submitted the following reports in reply to his town staff, the commission and interveners while the application was pending and prior to the close of the public hearing on March 26th, 2024. Subitem A, stormwater management report, St. Luke's School Field and Parking Structure prepared by SMRT Architects and Engineers dated October 10th, 2023, amended December 1st, 2023. Subitem B, site permitting narrative, St. Luke's School Field and Parking Structure prepared by SMRT Architects and Engineers dated October 10th, 2023. C, zoning location survey prepared by Rocco DeAndrea Incorporated dated July 1st, 2010 revised October 19th, 2023. D, topographic survey prepared by Rocco DeAndrea, dated January 19th, 2023. E, site permitting set, G1001 cover sheet, C001 site notes and legends, topographic survey by Rocco DeAndrea Incorporated, C100 overall campus plan, CE001 site erosion and sediment control notes, CE100 site erosion and sediment control plan, parking level, CE101 not used, CE102 site improvements plan, corral parking, CE501 site erosion and sediment control details, C1100 site improvements plan, parking level, C1101 site improvements plan field level, C1102 site improvements plan corral parking, C1501 site details, C1502 site details, CG100 site grading and drainage plan parking level, CG101 site grading and drainage plan field level, CG102 site grading and drainage plan corral parking, CG501 drainage details, CG502 drainage details, ES101 site electrical plan parking level, ES102 site isometric plan parking level, A101 plans and code summaries, A102 elevations and sections prepared by SMRT Architects and Engineers, dated October 10th, 2023, amended March 18th, 2024. F, memorandum to Julia A. Gabriel and Christopher Rosso, St. Luke's School, from Marissa Tellaro, PE, PTOE, Christopher Mojitsi, PE, PTOE, RSP1, AKRF Incorporated. Cross-copied Stephen Finn Esquire, Wolfsey, Rosen, Queskin, Kuriansky LLP, regarding traffic impact study report dated October 19th, 2023. Line item G, letter Sarah Carey from Melissa Flynn, PE, SMRT Architects and Engineers, regarding the St. Luke's School field on parking structures, regulation amendment, site plan, and special permit application. Additional information requested at public hearing on Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. H, wetland and watercourse assessment for St. Luke's School, 377 North Wilton Road, New Canaan, Connecticut, prepared by William Kenny, PWS, PLA, and Jackson Smith, ecologist of William Kenny Associates, dated December 14th, 2023. I, letter to Stephen Finn from William Kenny, PWS, PLA, and Jackson Smith, ecologist of William Kenny Associates, regarding water quality test results, St. Luke's School, dated February 15th, 2024. J, letter to the Town of New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission from SMRT Architects and Engineers on behalf of the St. Luke's School regarding synthetic turf field infill information, dated February 15th, 2024. K, letter to the Town of New Canaan Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission from William Kenny regarding on-site and off-site well water analysis, St. Luke's School, 377 North Wilton Road, New Canaan, Connecticut, dated March 18th, 2024. And L, analytical report CET 24A0440, prepared by CET Complete Environmental Testing Incorporated, dated January 23rd, 2024, received at IWC Inland Wetlands Commission public hearing on March 18th, 2024. Item 9, the First Taxon District Water Department of Norwalk managers for the Groups Reservoir, which provides drinking water to Norwalk, Connecticut, and is located 500 feet of the project site, submitted the following reports and/or correspondence in response to the application. A, peer review, First District Water Department, St. Luke's School field on parking structure site permitting, prepared by Weston and Sampson, dated February 23rd, 2024, revised March 14th, 2024. And B, letter to Sarah Carey from Brian McCann regarding 377 North Wilton Road, St. Luke's Foundation Incorporated parking structure and artificial turf field, dated March 25th, 2024. And then 10, the interveners provided additional verbal testimony and submitted the following reports from experts while the application was pending, as pertains to the public's trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. A, letter to Joel Z. Green, Esquire, from Stephen D. Trinkus, PE, Trinkus Engineering, LLC, regarding St. Luke's School, 377 North Wilton Road, New Canaan, Connecticut, dated January 24th, 2024, revised March 22nd, 2024. B, Rosado et al., Microplastics in Aquatic Systems, a review of occurrence, monitoring, and potential environmental risks, 2023 environmental advances. C, Sajad et al., Microplastics in the Soil Environment, a critical review, 2022 environmental testing and technology and innovation. D, letter to REMA Ecological Services from Phyllis Schiller, Laboratory Director, Phoenix, regarding New Canaan Stream, dated January 16th, 2024. E, letter to Joel Green, Esquire, from George T. Logan, MS, PWS, CSE, Principal Environmental Scientist, REMA Ecological Services, LLC, regarding application review, proposed field on parking structure, St. Luke's School, 377 North Wilton Road, New Canaan, Connecticut, dated January 25th, 2024. F, letter to New Canaan Inland Wetlands and Planning and Zoning Commissions from Sarah Evans, PhD, MPH, Assistant Professor, Children's Environmental Health Center, Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, dated January 18th, 2024. G, presentation slides by Zhenyu Tian, Assistant Professor, Northeastern University, Urban Runoff Mortality Syndrome. And H, Sports Turf Alternatives Assessment, preliminary results, chemicals in alternative synthetic infills, EPDM, prepared by Massachusetts Toxic Use Reduction Institute, May 2017. And to conclude, I'll read the final finding here that
Do this and then this.
So I would have a motion first before you do the final.
Can
Okay.
I make a observation, comment? Item number 9, it indicates that they provide drinking water to Norwalk, Connecticut. They also provide drinking water to New Canaan. I don't know if that is a big deal, but it's not just Norwalk.
You can add it in.
yeah,
New
you can add it
Canaan-
in.
New
Absolutely.
Canaan and Norwalk, Connecticut.
Mhm. It's fine. So this language that I just read, this applies to the text amendment application on the interveners intervention resolution and to the special permit and site plan application. They are both identical, just two different findings. Do I have a motion on this intervention resolution?
You need one for the text amendment and one for the special permit. So just,
Okay, so first one is for the text amendment. Do I have a motion for the text amendment resolution for the intervention resolution?
I'll move to approve.
Do I have a second?
move to approve the resolution that was just read into the record.
The entire thing, yes.
Okay.
Do we need to read the bit on the last page of that?
I will.
When there's a second.
Yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Benton? So upon motion of Commissioner Krista Nielsen, seconded by Commissioner Tom Benton, and by well, I guess we'll do the full vote then. We need the full vote. Running down the line, do we still have Mr. Swerdlow on the line?
You do.
And Commissioner Larson, are you still on? Did we lose her?
I am.
Good, okay. All right, so we'll run through. This is for,
It's a motion and a second to approve a resolution that they proved or did not prove.
did not approve.
I
Did
would,
not prove.
I would read the whole text, this paragraph, just,
Before we vote?
yep, just skip
It's
over
important
the.
we all know what
ex-
we're voting
Just skip
for.
over the bio excess vote.
That's proper.
So upon motion of Commissioner Krista Nielsen, seconded by Commissioner Tom Benton, the commission finds that the intervener has not proven that the applicant's current and/or proposed conduct is quote unquote reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state, close quote. More particularly, the commission finds that the intervener has not set forth sufficient credible and quantifiable evidence to prove the allegations set forth in their notice of intervention. Based upon the evidence in the record, as referenced in the above resolution, the current and proposed activities will not have the effect of unreasonably impairing or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. These allegations in the verified petition were not in fact supported by the intervener's consultants. I call to vote. This is a yes is approving this resolution, which states that the intervener has not proven their case. Clear? Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
No.
John Kriz,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
No.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
and Christina Larson.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a 7-2 yes. That motion and resolution is approved. The second one is the special permit and site plan application version of the intervention resolution. Same language, same description, same evidence. Again, we're voting on the same paragraph at the end in terms of the intervener has not proven the case in terms of the proposed conduct reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. All the other language is exactly the same as the previous resolution. This one is for now for the special permit resolution. Again, do I have a motion for this one? Commissioners, anyone?
All right, I'll move
Can
to
I-
approve it.
Second.
Okay. Again, I'll read through the whole thing upon the motion of the Commissioner Krista Nielsen and seconded by Commissioner John Engel. The commission finds that the intervener has not proven that the applicant's current and/or proposed conduct is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. More particularly, the commission finds that the intervener has not set forth sufficient credible and quantifiable evidence to prove the allegations set forth in their notice of intervention. Based upon the evidence in the record as referenced in the above resolution, the current and proposed activities will not have the effect of unreasonably impairing or destroying the public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. These allegations in the verified petition were not in fact supported by the intervener's consultants. Call to vote on this. Again, a yes here is voting for the resolution stating that the intervener has not proven the case. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
No.
Art Casava, oh, sorry. John Kriz,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
No.
and Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson.
Yes.
Okay. This motion passes for this resolution 7-2. So then we move on to our text amendment. Now, this one, I believe we agreed on version B of the text amendment with the required modifications and tweaks. And I have to read through this one as well, correct?
Yep, and if you need me to read through the actual text amendment, I can.
Yeah, well, when I get to
Yeah.
it, you can go through the language of option B.
Okay.
So text amendment approval resolution is to certify that a regular meeting of the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission held on May 28th, 2024, it was moved by, and we'll get to, moved and seconded by commissioners of the following resolution. The commission has conducted its review and findings based on the materials and testimony in the record and based on the fact that each member of the commission is personally familiar with the proposed text amendment and the impacts on the town of New Canaan zoning regulations. Whereas the text amendment application and corresponding special permit and site plan applications were physically received by the Planning and Zoning Department October 23rd, 2023, and its official date of receipt was October 24th, 2023. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission opened a hearing on said application on December 19th, 2023, and conducted subsequent hearings on January 30th, 2024, February 20th, 2024, and March 26th, 2024. Whereas the commission closed the hearing on the application on March 26, 2024. The commission conducted deliberations on the closed application on April 24th, 2024, and May 28th, 2024. Whereas the commission concluded deliberations on May 28th, 2024. Whereas the commission found that the proposed text amendment to section 3.7.e.2 with the changes described below to exempt single-level parking structures from building coverage in residential zones under specific circumstances is consistent with the 2014 Plan of Conservation and Development as further described by the applicant in their official text amendment application dated October 23rd, 2023. Whereas the commission adopts the following amendment to section of 3.7.e.2 of the New Canaan zoning regulations effective June 28th, 2024. And we're going with option B.
Which is F, parking structures may be exempt from building coverage if it is used and regulated as described below. 1, such parking structure is on the grounds of an accredited private school. 2, the parking structure is single level with the parking of vehicles solely being on one level at or below grade. 3,
Parking of passenger vehicles.
the parking of. The vehicles using the parking structure shall primarily be passenger vehicles of students, students' parents, visitors to the school and or staff of the school where the parking structure is located. The parking structure shall be properly sized to demonstrate benefits to the community and meet a demonstrated school need, such as alleviating existing traffic congestion. The negative impact of the parking structure shall be minimal to abutting neighbors. The roof of the parking structure can be used for athletic purposes if covered with natural or artificial grass, if such usage is demonstrably of benefit to the school and to the community as well, or be fully planted as a green roof.
Therefore, be it resolved that upon the motion of the commissioners, we call this to a vote. Do I have a motion on this approval resolution for the text amendment?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, call this to a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
No.
John Chris,
No.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Alan Swerdlow,
No.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson.
Yes.
Okay. This motion passes 6-3.
Did you state the effective date?
The effective date was June 28th.
Yep.
Yeah, effective June 28th, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that upon motion made by Commissioner Engel and seconded by Commissioner Herring, the commission voted to approve this text amendment on effective June 28th, 2024. And then we get into the special permit resolution. Okay. Another long read here. So, that was special permit.
We approved the
That was
text
text
amendment,
right?
Yep.
so now we're
Sorry.
approving the conditions.
Yeah, why did I write those names in here then? Okay, so then this is intervention, sorry. Text amendment resolved. Special permit with conditions, so it was this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones, taking notes. Sorry, too many stacks of paper. Resolution for the special permit approval with conditions. This is to certify that at the regular meeting of the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission held on May 28th, 2024, it was moved by the Commissioner X and seconded by another commissioner to adopt the following resolution. The commission has conducted its review and findings based on the materials and testimony in the record and based on the fact that each member of the commission is personally familiar with the site and its surroundings. Whereas the special permit and site plan applications and corresponding text amendment application were physically received by the Planning and Zoning Department on October 23rd, 2023, and its official date of receipt was October 24th, 2023. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission opened a hearing on said application on December 19th, 2023, and conducted subsequent hearings on January 30th, 2024, February 2024, and March 26th, 2024. Whereas the Commission closed the hearing on the application on March 26th, 2024. The Commission conducted deliberations on the closed application on April 24th, 2024, and May 28th, 2024. Commission concluded deliberations on May 28th, 2024, and made the following findings. St. Luke's is an allowed special permit use in the 4-acre residential zone and has been operating from this location since prior to the creation of the New Canaan zoning regulations in 1932. St. Luke's has been issued numerous special permits from the Planning and Zoning Commission to accommodate the school's evolution and growth over time. The Commission on March 26, 2013 issued a special permit for St. Luke's, which is filed on the New Canaan Land Records in Book 230, page 286, to expand their main academic building. The approval had 34 conditions, of which conditions 5 through 7 regulated the school's traffic impact on the neighborhood. These conditions require that a traffic study be submitted for review by the Commission to confirm that adjacent intersections to the property are operating at a level of service at least 20% improved from the existing conditions determined in November of 2012 after the school enrollment increases in increments of 53 students. The Commission finds that St. Luke's hit the enrollment threshold to trigger the submission of a traffic study in September of 2020 and agreed to delay the traffic study requirement following the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Commission finds that the applicant submitted the required traffic study to satisfy the 2013 special permit condition as part of its application via the traffic impact report prepared by Marissa Turallo, PE, PTOE, and Christopher Mojica, PE, PTOE, RSP1 of AKRF Incorporated, dated October 19th, 2023. The Commission finds that St. Luke's currently complies with their 2013 special permit. The Commission acknowledges that despite the traffic controls placed on the property in the 2013 permit, the queue of vehicles during the afternoon pickup is creating a traffic hazard on North Wilton Road with over 50 vehicles queuing on North Wilton Road during the afternoon pickup, as observed on March 1st, 2023 by the applicant's traffic consultant, AKRF. The Commission accepts the findings of the traffic impact report prepared by Marissa Turallo, PE, PTOE, and Christopher Mojica, PE, PTOE, RSP1, AKRF, dated October 19th, 2023. There was no written report or expert testimony received in opposition. The Commission finds that the increased queuing capacity of 45 vehicles in the new corral space and the addition of 177 parking spaces is necessary to accommodate the current intensity of use on the site. The Commission finds that St. Luke's campus has no available building coverage to accommodate the expansion of construction of structures on the site. The Commission on May 28, 2024, well, we'll see, approved the requested text amendment application to permit a single-level parking structure to be exempt from the building coverage via special permit under the specific conditions and will be effective June 28th, 2024. The commission finds that St. Luke's campus is constrained by inland wetlands, watercourses, steep slopes, minimal visible viable areas for required septic system and drainage systems. The commission finds that the dual-use structure to accommodate additional parking while upgrading the school's football field, in parentheses, the parking structure, is a sustainable solution that is sensitive to the existing site conditions compared to the alternative of further disturbing the campus to create more surface-level parking lots. The commission finds that the existing artificial turf football field on St. Luke's campus is deteriorating and ultimately needs to be replaced. The commission finds that the proposed drainage and stormwater management plan is consistent with the town of New Canaan drainage policy as amended and is properly sized to treat stormwater runoff from the artificial turf field and parking structure. The commission finds that the requests from the First District Water Department of the Norwalk First District Water Department of Norwalk's consultant, Weston and Sampson, are reasonable and necessary to protect the public water supply. The commission finds that the application is consistent with the purposes of the regulations as outlined in section 1.2 and is consistent with the applicable recommendations of the 2014 Plan of Conservation Development. In addition, the application meets the requirements and standards of the special permit criteria as outlined in section 8.2 of the regulations and is consistent with the requirements of the building coverage exemption outlined in section 3.7.e.2. Therefore, we're voting to approve the special permit and site plan application effective July 1st, 2024 with the following conditions, modifications, and restrictions. Number one.
Do you have all the notes for them or do you want me to read?
I have some.
Let me know your preference.
Yeah, noting
I can
5 and
just
6
read
are the
through.
same changes that we had on the previous one,
Yeah.
right? And then I just have a couple of other ones in terms of some wordsmithing. So number one, all conditions, and commissioners, if I've missed anything or you have any comments, please chime in. All conditions from the March 26, 2013 special permit approval are still in effect and unless otherwise explicitly stated in this resolution. Number two, St. Luke's is not permitted to have more than 300 designated parking spaces on the site without seeking a modification to this special permit. On-site parking is only permitted in designated parking spaces. Temporary parking is prohibited. And we're getting rid of the rest of that, right? St. Luke's must utilize the new parking structure and corral for queuing to prevent vehicle backups onto North Wilton Road. And then do you want to read 5 and 6?
Sure. Conditions 5 through 7 inclusive of the March 26, 2013 special permit are being modified in two ways. A traffic study shall now be required annually by November 15th. B, after the certificate of occupancy, CO, is issued for the parking structure, queue length on the eastbound approach towards the St. Luke's driveway on North Wilton Road will replace level of service / delay as the metric that determines whether traffic mitigation measures are required and whether enrollment and staff may increase. 6, an initial traffic study, including afternoon pickup queue length data, shall be submitted 1 month after the CO is issued for the structure or by November 15 if the CO is issued during the summer. Thereafter, traffic studies will be required as per 5A. If at any point a traffic study finds more than 5 vehicles queued on North Wilton Road, St. Luke's will return to the commission for approval of traffic mitigation measures to reduce the queue. The semicircular area with 26 spots adjacent to the new corral area shall be converted to temporary queuing area while the commission awaits proposed traffic mitigation measures by St. Luke's. Unless authorized by the commission, there shall be no increase in student enrollment and staff until the queue length on North Wilton Road is no more than 5 vehicles.
Number 7, the parking structure will have no speakers, PA systems, or illuminated signage in excess of what is required by state building and fire codes. Number 8, the lighting within, and you probably have this from the previous one where we added the language about the screen. That's number 9 after that. The lighting within the parking structure shall be fully shielded and placed on timers and motion sensors except for required emergency lighting. The garage lights shall be dimmed to 50% brightness at dusk and turned off at 9 p.m. The structure will contain motion sensors for the lighting, which will be programmed after 9 p.m. to turn on only when motion is detected, and the lights will be programmed to shut off 10 minutes after no further motion is detected. The applicant shall certify that the commission by September 15th of each year thereafter that the timers and motion sensors are fully functioning. And then we added in line item 9 for the screening. Right?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify really quick with number 8, because both times you've read it, you said this, but it's the structure or which will be programmed after 9 p.m. to turn on only where motion is detected, not when motion is detected. So I just want to make sure it's clear in the record that it's not,
I see.
the lights aren't popping on for the whole garage. It's specifically where
So it's
motion is
only
detected.
where, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I read that wrong.
But then number 9 is prior to the issuance of a zoning permit, the applicant shall return to the commission for administrative approval of a required light shield along the entire western edge of the parking structure.
Okay. And then the new number 10 is the storage of vehicles overnight, except vehicles operated by St. Luke's is outright prohibited. New number 11 is the applicant shall comply with all requests made by the first District Water Department of Norwalk in a memo submitted by their consultant Weston and Sampson dated February 23rd, 2024. Number 12, the commission recognizes that the relationship between St. Luke's and the neighborhood has grown increasingly tense as time has passed. With the issuance of the special permit, St. Luke's will be required to designate a staff member of St. Luke's as the neighborhood liaison, whose contact information will be given to the neighbors or neighbor representatives to register complaints related to non-compliant.
Or
We
just
said
to
complaints.
register complaint.
Oh, just to register complaints. That's right. And stop, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then a zoning permit.
A zoning permit shall not be issued for the parking structure until proof of such communication system and liaison is in place. The applicant shall submit to the commission by September 15th of each year thereafter a log of complaints registered by the neighbors and a complaints resolution or lack thereof. I think that's it. Okay, commissioners. Do I have a motion for approval on this special permit amendment? Anyone?
I'll move to approve.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
No.
John Kriz,
No.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
No.
Alan Swerdlow,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson.
Yes.
It's 6-3 again, right?
No. Went 5-4 this time.
No?
No.
Mr. Swerdlow voted yes.
Yeah, he switched.
Oh, he switched.
Was it
6-4.
7-2? Because Commissioner Kriz was, sorry, were you no, Commissioner Kriz?
Go to the swap 6-4 or 6-3.
6-3.
No.
I actually did not switch.
Okay.
Okay.
I voted yes.
To the approval.
He voted
Yes.
no on the text amendment.
Okay.
No for the text amendment, yes on the special permit.
But I was very happy with the language on the text commitments. I mean, on this approval, sorry.
Okay. So it's a 6-3 again. Okay, special permit with conditions passes. Thank you, everyone.
Now what?
We have some administrative actions. You want to go through these, Sarah, the Grace Farm stuff?
Yeah, so, I can't share my screen. I might be able to momentarily. What, could you just read the agenda item? What's the first one?
First one is Grace Farms 2024 summer court request.
Okay. The summer court request, so this is an annual item that they request seasonally to permit usage on their basketball courts. This season's request is honestly in smaller scope compared to what's been approved in previous years.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's good, I guess. Okay.
Any questions?
Do we need to vote on each one of these?
Yeah, so it could just be an all in favor aye type of just, motion in a second.
Yeah, we've got a few items here, so let's just go through these. So the Grace Farms 2024 summer court request. Let me see a motion of hands and ayes.
Yay.
Yay for approval on this. I see 1, 2, 3.
Could we just have
Yes.
just a,
Yes.
we should have a motion.
Sorry.
Motion to
We should have a
approve.
motion and then a second and then. a-
Okay.
Angle, motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Second one is Grace Farms Annual Auction Benefit Raffle Request.
What is this?
So this is, again, an annual item that goes to the commission where they let the commission know about what items they'll be auctioning off at the benefit. This year is much less than previous years. They usually auction off like 5 to 10 of these type things, and they're auctioning off one. Or,
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
The view traffic analysis.
So one of the 65 conditions of the Views approval in 2016 was that when they hit 90% capacity for, or occupancy, that they provide a traffic study to the commission to confirm that the site is not underparked and that they are not utilizing St. A's parking lot to overcome that parking deficiency.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Gone dark.
One moment, everyone on Zoom.
Weird that it's 11:50.
Been a while since
I
we
thought it was
lost,
midnight.
lost lights.
Yeah.
Is that because she said?
Are you guys having a party or something?
Yeah, kind of.
Like a concert.
Like a concert, yeah.
Looks a little bit like a black and white.
Big lighters up, we're all lighting joints.
No, it looks a little bit like a black and white disco.
Yeah.
Give us a second, just trying to find light switch.
Do the SOS.
I know. There we go.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
So, view traffic analysis,
Required at 90% occupancy.
Yes, and so the findings of the traffic analysis was that they are not underparked, and when they reach 100% capacity, they will still have ample parking. And additionally, there were concerns over the level of service in the area around St. Aloysius, just with school letting out and whatnot. Obviously, the school has been closed, and the site's under construction. So the View residents cannot park at St. A's currently because of the construction, but they have they have additional parking spaces that are available to be purchased and rented by the owners, so they don't have, you know, a need. And the level of service delays and concerns at this time are not an issue.
When was the study done?
It was done in the last month.
So it's really, I mean, it's not a very accurate study. I mean, St. Aloysius is not active.
I mean, the school is permanently closed by the
Right, but-
diocese, so you could argue construction traffic is more intense than having a closed school.
But
where you-
the number of events will increase when the new school opens.
Or religious
Not at
education.
school.
Well,
Well,
religious
yeah.
education.
But but how would that affect the Views parking? Because I guess their argument is even with the limited parking that's available right now, because it is because of the construction, they're still under parked at
Oh,
the View proper.
I didn't hear that.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that. Thanks.
And you said that they have an agreement in place with St. A's for additional parking spaces to lease?
They do not. It was just in the approval conditions. It was the way
Oh,
it's
that
written.
if they
There,
need
there are
them.
concerns that residents of the View are going to use
Got it.
St. A's parking lot because there isn't enough parking at the View. But
Yeah.
that, based on this study and their availability of additional parking spaces, that has not come to fruition.
Okay. So are we just voting to
This
accept
was,
it?
this was just more FYI. This is to satisfy a condition from your 27 or 2016 approval.
Okay.
You don't have to do anything.
We
with
don't have
it.
to vote on it.
No,
Have there been any complaints?
I have
about-
not received any complaints about
Parking.
parking or traffic relating to the View.
That's good. Other item is schedule a special meeting in early June for executive session.
Yes, so we need to schedule 2 executive sessions, one for the pending 751 Weed Street appeal, and then also for discussion of a settlement for the 57 Rilling Ridge application that had a executive session a month or so ago. So based on timelines of, you know, keeping the courts at bay, if you will, early June. So probably the next 2 weeks. Doesn't,
Both in the same meeting? or are you
yes,
saying two
both in the
separate
same
meetings?
meeting.
Okay.
So
What days are what days are the room available?
Wednesday, June 5th is available.
June 5th.
Or, wait, I just realized our attorney is not available that day, so
What about the
sorry.
following week?
If we do the boardroom Tuesday, or June, oh my gosh, sorry. It's getting late, guys. June 13th is available.
Are you suggesting doing both executive sessions the same day or?
Same night, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So June 13th is available. It's the only night that week that the town meeting room is open.
Commissioners, could June 13th work?
June 6th is also available, which is next week.
June 6th works for me. The 13th would be very difficult. I may need to miss it.
I'm out of town on June 16th, on June 6th.
I prefer the 13th.
June 13th works.
There's no reason you couldn't do it by Zoom.
No, you could do it.
Participate by Zoom.
You could
if
do it by
like.
Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom's fine.
What time?
We could do 6 or 7, whichever is preferable.
What are we're talking about,
The
the
751
appeal and the Rilling Ridge, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so let's do 7 o'clock.
What day?
June
13th.
13th. Is that okay for you?
And last item to discuss is downtown signage.
We're tabling that till next month.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Pause the recording.
Okay.